it as much as I like. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. Even though we're live, so I don't need to say that anymore. Gosh, I shouldn't have done that. But well, this is going to be the third little stream of the stream series called the Rainbow Ride, which is kind of a lovely stream I like to do. And this is, judging the title, is going to be a very funny response stream because we are going to respond to a video.
Oh shit!
Yeah, we're going to respond to a very funny video. And people who have seen another live stream I did in the past, where I replied to this same YouTuber, might recognize this, and that live stream was called "In Defense of Peace." For those people who might have seen it, or people who don't have seen it and want to look it up, and it probably will be in the description after this live stream is finished.
Yeah.
So, therefore, before that, I have to ask you guys if you have anything you want to add. I would have made the introduction, or if you want to introduce yourself, that's up to you.
Nope.
I would like to add that I am back.
That's good to know.
Welcome back.
Oh, yay, we're all here.
So now
I'd just like
know.
to add that I'm very excited to watch this because I don't know anything about this person whose video we're watching.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. That's the fun part. That's why the name is called.
Buckle up.
Yeah, I've had no introduction. And I've just been lucky enough to avoid them. I've heard interesting little tidbits from you, but that's about it. I'm going in raw. I have no idea what's about to be on screen.
Oh fuck! I just thought I was paying attention to the title. That's Blair White, which got me excited. But then now I see Vaush. I'm like, ugh.
This is gonna be fun.
This is gonna be a juicy.
I'm a little nervous.
Oh Lord, but I assume the more of you guys are familiar with her at least.
I'm more familiar with Blair than Vaush, because
yeah. And because she's been around for much for much longer than him. I actually followed Blair since 2016, which is kind of like whoa.
Nice.
I was in high school when I started to follow her.
Wow. I think I first heard about Blair through the one podcast she did with Dave Rubin. That one was okay. And then there was the video that she did with Dave and Candace Owens. That was a fun time.
Oh yeah, that was funny. I love that.
Yeah, Dave Rubin was just like, I'm never doing this again. This is a bad career choice.
He never moderated the stream after that. That's the funny part.
I know.
So fucking funny.
Like he was originally going to be the host, and then he just became the moderator, and then he just was like, guys, please stop.
Right, and they were like, I did like some people basically commented that about the transphobia of Candace, which I agree that was really bad of Candace to do that, and that's
it was very kind of over the top, but I think they both kind of went in there not expecting them to be who they actually were, but they just had an idea of who they wanted to fight, not who they were, because that happens a lot.
Because I remember there was another stream, I think it was when Blair chatted with a lot of other YouTubers, many others, right? And they basically talked about Candace, and Blair was the hardest on Candace, right? So, so Blair decided to pick her just to get back at her, right? That was clearly because I've seen the ones I was like, oh my god. And I have to say that the other live stream I did called "In Defense of Peace," there was actually a video where Vaush was attacking Candace and an imam, believe it or not, and I was defending those two against Vaush, and that's kind of funny.
I have no idea what Vaush's political leanings are, but I know what his political leanings are. I know he's more left, but I don't know if he's a full-on commie. because like he'll target people that are on the left that are just not like doing what he brands to be the best thing to do. So it's a weird like infighting kind of thing.
I think the left is actually more prone to infighting because like if you take rightism, you basically there's very few ways you can go to the right. You can only go to the right by decreasing, government.
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
Well, and to the left, you can like it's many different ways a government could be left wing. They can grow in like different ways, and therefore they would like have more ability to disagree on stuff. That's why to go furthest left. You see that communists, they are the ones that have the most infighting because they say, no, here's how it should be, here's how it should be. But if you go all the way to anarcho-capitalism, you can't really have it like there's like because then everything is private. Therefore, there's less politics involved to do stuff.
Well, I mean,
people can have opinions on.
The communist question of like it's the question of information, right? So if you are trying to build a railroad through a mountain pass in a capitalist system, you just go, what's the cheapest route that costs the least amount of steel, the least amount of wood to get through the pass, and the least amount of workers, so we can get this efficiently and it's all done proper for the least amount of money so we can get this going. In a communist system, it's like, okay, so where do we get the steel? How are we determining that the steel needs to go to this railroad and not to a nuclear reactor? How many engineers do we need? It's just the amount of information that you would need to know in a communist system is insane. Whereas just with capitalism, it's just, okay, the market determined that the steel is this price, so we're going to go with that.
Yeah, that's actually much better, to be honest. But it's actually kind of good that you guys haven't been watching this before, because this is going to be, I assume one of you might have, because like this live stream is like, oh my god, it's actually quite frustrating. That's the only thing I say about it. But I guess you guys could figure that out before you buy.
I say we just get into it, man, because this is going to be fun.
Too. Okay, this is going to be fun. The only reason why I haven't, to be honest, is just because my computer has been having issues. So let's go.
Away on the 1st of August, and then from that point forward, you would use. I didn't read that far. I was in a hurry to press the button.
Oh no! Damn, I love Google Hangouts. That sucks. I know it's like old school though.
Well, then you initiated me.
Oh, but by the way, if you guys have anything to add, you can either say pause, then I'll pause, or you can just start talking, then I will pause the video.
All right.
Conceivable moment. It's fantastic.
Right.
Is it possible? Cameraman.
They're a little bit boring in the beginning, so we can just keep talking.
Participants.
I just want to say that
no broadcast
any white guy who has a man bun that
Joey, can you shut this door, please?
Is just such a he's such a beta male.
Can you
Yeah, I think you have a point. I think there is like a much better way to have one, to be honest. And
like there's a top knot, right? Because that's what the old samurais used to do, or whatever. You got the samurai with the top knot. Maybe that's just more of like my cultural knowledge of it, but like that's just his hair, man.
Like, do I do a better job?
Oh, 100% you do.
Yeah, I love this. It's so nice. It's actually much better to have it like in behind. It's like otherwise it seems like it's like it basically seems like it's like affecting the hairline.
He doesn't have enough hair to pull it off, but he's such a weeb that he wants to. So he just uses whatever hair he's got. Like I imagine if your hair was down, it's quite long.
Oh gosh, it's like here.
Yeah,
it's like
but like his
showered.
ends just like right at his like shoulders. So he's only doing the top part. You can see the part in his hair. Like he's not.
It's like if you look at it like here, you basically can see like this, like it's like this is short. It's like what?
Yeah, okay. Like I don't understand. Sorry, I know that's more of an ad hominem attack versus his ideas, but man, it's hard to take someone seriously when they're.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it much better. So I'm gonna take it more seriously, which is like gonna lead to me responding. It's going to like get like some bonus points for that. So.
Well, there.
I'm gonna take everything I can get, to be honest. But honestly, I don't really need that much to like explain how it's wrong. And now I get 3 of you guys who can help out. So that's
yeah.
shut the door in here?
I can't believe you have a handyman to do your bidding at every moment.
Right. He often calls himself my assistant despite being my fiance.
Oh, I didn't know. Congratulations. Do y'all have a date set?
No, we've been engaged for a year, and I believe in long engagements.
I believe in ending marriage. I'm sure we could have a discussion on that at some point or another.
This is what I hate about the left. This is what I hate about it so much. They basically say you guys have something that works, that have been working for like ever, but it's like, but that means that you will be private, which means fuck you. I hate
Like-
the left because of this, and they are always trying to go against marriage for so long, and I fucking despise it. It's awful, and I hate it so much.
Every single culture in human history, as far as I know, has had some form of marriage. Not in the sense of like the old Catholic like style, but like they've got their own form of how, like, you know, of how two people unify into one unit, right? Like it's a cultural universal, and cultural universals generally are beneficial to society because every single society has done them.
Oh yeah, totally. They're awesome. Like it's like I think it's like the reason why we know that the left. This is something I hate. I hate when people say like, "Oh, but the left, they are actually the ones in favor of gay marriage." No, they're not. They absolutely aren't. They are the
No.
ones who basically tend to oppose the right of gay couples to have their own children. You see all of that coming from the left, and that's not only that. It's both. It's about the self-identified left-wing parties so as well, but it's also about basically leftism in general, because the fact that you will prevent a couple from, you know, starting a family, right, due to whatever reason you might have, regardless of how they start their family might have, then like you are using government force in order to prevent people from exercising their private property.
Because it seems to me like the original plan was, okay, get gay marriage in there, but then so everyone's equal. But at that point, then, well, the family itself is a terrible institution because it lets individuals determine what values get passed on to their kids instead of what we want, which is a authoritarian state.
Exactly.
Does anyone
And
else
that's
have anything to add?
No, I have something to add to that. That's because like marriage is fundamental, the idea of two consensual adults joined together economically, where they have reciprocal rights and obligation towards one another for the formation of a family. Well, I mean that I do believe that wives and husbands should have like obligations and rights towards one another, and that's not, unfortunately, not the case in many countries. It's a bad thing, and I believe that in the way of not just restoring marriage, but making marriage good, but also but that's going to include gay marriage in that. I don't want to roll back the clock, so to speak. I want to make marriage what it should be, but I want to include gay couples in it because there's no reason why they shouldn't be included.
Yes, I
Make
agree.
marriage great again.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like at least grateful once though, because it wasn't that great when it was too exclusive. But now make marriage great and inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Good, diversify it, bro.
No, I don't
wants
need
to
to diversify. It's getting diverse of itself anyway, regardless of what we do, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, good evening, chat. But yeah, marriage is a fundamental like building block of a society that I want, because my political views is fusionism, and that means you want free market and you want traditional families, because that's the best. Because free market and traditional nuclear families go very well together, and that's probably the reason why the left doesn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think I need to explain why. I think we all like get why that's the case.
Oh yeah, it's. I think it's a fairly understandable, like common sense, like reason.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So let's get into the spicy stuff here, because I'm probably not going to be able to be on for much longer. So
Oh yeah, it's almost like been 1 minute and basically always going to the point that the left wants to take away everything you have, which is not a surprise, to be honest.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Another
You're-
video.
You're a year older than me, right? You're 1993.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Okay, shit. I always assume that conservatives are older than they are. I'm sure you can understand the association.
Well, you know what? I've actually taken I go back and forth between even calling myself conservative because I feel like sometimes that denotes social views. And for me, I'm actually pretty socially liberal. So I kind of just steer with the word Republican or broader terms like right wing. I don't know. I go back and forth though.
I really like this about Blair, to be honest. The reason why is because I think it's really great that she is using terminology to be as honest as she can, rather than to be as popular as she can.
Right.
Because technically, like, I do actually like that she more identify as a Republican than a conservative, because that actually describes her a lot better, to be honest.
I think it describes a lot of people a lot, but it depends on where you fall, because, I mean, what is conservative versus what is Republican in terms of, do you just agree with the party or do you just agree with their core values? So I think labels in general is just like, it's a toss up as to what they actually believe. It's more of just like a lightning rod for, this is the label that I'm giving you, therefore I can just label attacks or whatever. Like, for example, what Vaush just said is, like, I always think that conservatives are older than they are. So he already has an idea that conservatives are old people, right? I don't know if
Probably
that makes
thinking
sense.
old, straight, white, male,
Yes.
believing in taxis.
Oh yeah, no, that's actually kind of like a theme I'm seeing. Actually, it's like I do like that, but I would like to say that the idea that like social issues being a separate thing to economics is not true, because all politics is an economic is economic regulation, basically. It's basically like violent handling of the economic circumstance.
Well, I mean, you can't have a free market without people who value whatever goods are there. So whatever it is that they value, which is like, okay, if they value, say, a wooden cross versus a 18-inch strap-on dildo, like, it's the values are definitely present in whatever free market system you want, right?
Oh yeah. But I would like to say that strength of fusionism is that we basically think that like traditional values is going to benefit the most in a free market system, because then if you remove all, because I believe that the government have led to the destruction of the family, to the welfare state, and to the divorce industry and stuff like that. And if you basically had capitalism for real, then all this problem would solve, right? Therefore, we would have a traditional family, and to be exclusive about to say, oh, gay couples cannot be included, which is actually more leftist, to be honest, because that's basically like segregating the economy towards a class of people, namely women, because if you're gay, male is harder to breed rather than if you're a lesbian couple, right? We're just saying that, oh, if you're a woman, then you get the benefit of marrying a man. If you're a guy, then fuck you, basically.
Yeah.
So it's also important that basically when it comes to so-called social issues in politics, the left-wing view is there are many left-wing solutions, and every solution is involved like government force or government, involves the state on expanding in any way, right? That's a left-wing solution regardless of what solution it is, right? And the right-wing solution is always to remove government in one to a certain extent, and that would like be a right-wing solution. And to remove market regulation to resolve more solutions would actually solve more social issues, and that's the reason why the fusionist position is so great.
I'll have to look more into that, but yeah, it sounds like a better idea.
Oh yeah, I can tell you more about it another time if we want to get into this now.
Yeah, because I want to get into what Vaush's like personal opinions are, because I got a tab up on my PC right now about all of the terrible stuff that he said. Just to
Don't say it yet because we're gonna.
no, definitely not. I'll keep it to myself for now.
Listen, I don't know
Gotcha.
much about him, but I've seen this clip of him talking about the age of consent and having sexual relationships with animals is not abuse, and that's all it took. No.
Oh yeah.
I'm so pleased that Ducky wasn't around to hear that, so we no spoilers. But yeah, I've heard. But I didn't hear all that. But holy smokes!
I know.
Then now we're gonna play the clip.
Trying to figure out how to make it display you more often on stream. Wait, so if I click that, does that go to? Oh, I'm live under. Okay, beautiful. There we go. Okay, I think I get it now. I think I have mastered this program.
Okay, it should just switch back and forth based on who's talking.
Hell yeah, I love not having to do as much. And let me just a second.
Lefties don't want to do work. How novel.
Okay, nice. All right, I think we're set up. Blair White, my beautiful, my comrade. How the hell are you doing this fine day?
What the fuck?
I'm good, but I'm jet lagged.
God,
I just
he's
got in from
so
Chicago
cringe.
last night, and it was a long flight, very turbulent, which I hate flying, so turbulence is my enemy. But I did a really cool speaking event in Chicago, so I'm kind of hyped from that still. So I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. I'm tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. I've got a flight out to Los Angeles to go to Anime Expo. So we're packing all our shit for that, and we're moving just a few weeks after we come back. So we're actually going to be pretty busy this upcoming week. It is hell, but for a brief, beautiful few days, we're going to be with dozen miles of each other.
Sorry,
which,
my internet
I don't
can be a
know,
little bit
camaraderie in some
They're just
distant.
Breaking down a bit, but I just
Yeah,
wanted to
well,
say,
hey, you
of
come to
course,
Anime
Vosh is
Expo?
going to Anime
No,
Con.
Come on, they've got
I'm
nice
not really
art.
into anime.
That's not
Nah,
surprising
I
at all.
get it. There's some good shit out there. I was gonna ask you this on stream, but you already said you've never watched a ContraPoints video, so I can't even talk to you about those.
I haven't. Gotten a couple messages saying that the last one was interesting, so hey, I'm gonna watch it. But it's funny, like we talked about it earlier. But despite doing YouTube for my full-time job, I actually don't watch a ton of YouTube. I watch my close friends, but even then, I don't watch some of their stuff either. So
Yeah, I've lost a lot of time to enjoy YouTube since I started doing it as well. I imagine you're busier than me, bigger public figure, obviously, but I haven't even watched the most recent
kind of relate to this, to be honest.
philosophy tube video. Before you got in like the big time, what kind of shit did you watch? Was it mostly like fun stuff, or were you big in the political sphere on YouTube even before you became a public figure?
oh my God, I loved YouTube, watching it a lot more before I started making videos. I grew up watching, and it's funny because I'm very close friends with her now, but I grew up watching a lot of atheism videos. So I was very into Jacqueline Glenn, very close friend of mine now. I love her. I used to watch Amazing Atheists and sort of that sphere, Mr. Repsion, when he did atheism topics. And then I kind of, that whole genre sort of evolved into being social commentary and then political. So it was right around the time that it evolved into social commentary that I kind of threw my hat in the ring. And luckily it's worked out and it's been pretty successful for me. So.
Nice. You never even thought to check out back in 2013, 2014, Vaush. Honestly, what's wrong with you? What about supporting the smaller man? Come on.
I'm sorry.
Didn't he just get more big because he basically tried to debate a lot of YouTubers who were very wishy-washy on many issues, if that makes sense? I don't know, but that's basically my...
He's also
my
very
shit.
cringe.
Yeah. Oh god, he has such bad takes on anything. Oh my god, it's like basically like watching a cringe fest all the time.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Like, he can't even color coordinate his PC. Like, I don't know, like, what, like, if that's supposed to be like rainbow or whatever, but like, if you just match the card, at least.
Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. I do. You have a good point. It's like what?
I'm delighted to be speaking to you. Obviously, in political sense, I think we disagree nearly as much as, I shouldn't say as much as human beings can, because it's pretty often, and they're pretty. But
like, I actually would say that I think that he actually disagrees with her more than he believes, because he actually disagrees with most people more than he believes, because he actually lack a lot of basic morality that most people have.
I would agree with you there. He doesn't seem to, like, from what he's said, I don't know if it has to do with like his upbringing or whatever, but he's got like some messed up moral stances. Like,
He
I don't
basically
know if
doesn't have
that's.
any moral stances.
I know.
No, but like
it's-
most,
Mhm.
because the whole idea with most people, the far left you go, is basically they basically say that, okay, we can do whatever as long as the result is great. Like the idea of consequentialism, which I don't think is entirely bad, to be honest. But consequentialism, that like, oh, I can take away your right for the greater good, which is like,
the ends justify the means, right?
yeah, and I find that to be,
Machiavellianism.
yeah,
This
and
is
that's
like-
a real, that can be a big
Yeah.
problem, especially when your ends, depending on what your ends are, the worse a problem that could be, right?
Well, yeah, it's like the biggest problem in that is, okay, who tells you what the end is, and who knows if that's any good, and nobody knows what the hell the means are going to be. So it's like you've got a whole can of worms in there. It's like, oh, it's for the greater good, and my greater good is that I'm at the top of everyone, and I'm the emperor of all mankind. And the means are I'm going to kill everyone who disagrees, right? It's like, oh, the ends justify the means. Be careful.
Yeah, but like, I'm like,
I think that
because...
also.
No, go on.
I was just about to say, I think that is also one of the reasons there's so much infighting, because, like, what are the means? Everyone has a slightly different idea of it on the left.
No, that's actually kind of true. We just like goes into the issue with like leftism being that because they grow the government, there are like different ways one government could be go left, right? And that's the reason why they can't agree, because the more the government takes over, the more politics are existing in a society, and the more things become political matter, and the more open, and therefore, if you don't have that part of politics, you can disagree on it, and you don't have to like have it forced on anybody. But when it comes to part of politics, you can't really, get away from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's kind of like why extremism thrives, because you're showing how into the goal you are more so than anyone else with how far you're willing to go.
Like, I will say something kind of controversial, and that is that I usually don't think extremism is always terrible. And what I mean by that is that because people usually think extremism being a bad thing, but extremism is basically, the edge of something, right? The top of it, right? Like one example of the term extreme being used in a context would be that if you take the country of Cameroon, you basically have provinces called north, south, west, and all that. Then you have far north, right? And above that you have the extreme north, because like an appendix, right? And that's an example of something being technically extreme. You can have an extreme position on many things and have it be kind of reasonable in a way. It's difficult to explain, but like if your position is that you should have, I mean, like people can usually say that any form of, people can technically say that anarcho-capitalism would be an extreme position, but I don't really see that as a bad position because of it.
Personally, I've always kind of been of the mind that everything in moderation, because if you go to that level of extreme, it's very easy for things to degrade. So it's like the further closer to the cliff you get, the more likely it is that you're going to fall off. So it's like we've seen certain amounts of extremism in America on either side, right? So it's kind of, I'm definitely more of a moderate person, but I've also got my leanings, right?
No, that makes sense, right? Like my idea basically is that something being extreme doesn't inherently make it bad.
No, it doesn't inherently
make
make it bad, but there's definitely risk involved.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, these
I
are
think
like
that's like almost kind of
tables, it's kind of hard to like discuss them just as they are. You could say, I don't know, extremism in like health and healing. Like, are you gonna immediately go to chemotherapy and like extreme measures, or are you gonna check if you know you can fix it with like not going all the way? I don't know. That's the first parallel I could think of.
Yeah, that's actually very, very true. Right? There's actually, because one example that reminded me of extremism being bad is actually COVID restrictions all over the world. Most of them are basically Sweden is the only example of not being extreme, right? They are not extreme when it comes to this compared to other countries who are extreme. And they're basically most of the left pushing it, right? And I don't just mean the left wing identifying it as left wing, which definitely is the case. But I also mean basically, if you basically want to push this extreme amount of like regulation in people's lives, it's almost on the left.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like because that's like bad extremism, like for sure, absolutely.
Thinking I'm a Nazi.
No, I'm not that. I'm often accused of being that hyperbolic, but I'm happy to say that at this moment, I am not. I have not fallen down the well quite that hard. Though I do remember you making some edgy tweets to or at or about Richard Spencer back in 2017 or something. But it'd be wildly uncharitable to interpret that as like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember, to be honest. I know that he's like a tranny chaser apparently, and he sent me some weird DMs about like anime and traps or something. I don't even know what that means.
Wait. Richard Spencer did that?
Oh my god, are we spilling tea in this one?
I know. I mean, it's Richard Spencer. Okay. Not much blowback from fucking shitting on him. Please tell me if you have any dirt.
So Richard Spencer is an incredibly reprehensible human being.
This is something that everybody watching this and on this, every one of us and those two as well. This is where we all agree. No Richard Spencer. Fuck.
Yes, I agree. I 100% agree.
Who that is.
He's basically just a Nazi.
Yeah, he's more or less a neo-Nazi, but like I guess a little bit less horrible than Hitler.
I would even say I would even go as far to say like he's not even like a neo-Nazi. Like he's just a full-on Nazi. Like it's kind of insane.
Yeah, and when I say that, I don't mean just I don't just mean when we say Nazi or right, I don't mean just a racist Aryan supremacist anti-Semite, Aryan LARPer supremacist anti-Semite, but I also mean like he actually is a national socialist too.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Who basically supports the EU as being a socialist ethno-state, even though Europeans are extremely racial diverse, like. Even the native ones are like an Italian and a Swedish person are very genetically distinct, right? Which he ignores, because like, and that's like crazy, right? He's like very much like a Nazi, a neo-Nazi. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, we're just hate it on YouTube. I don't want my video to get striked. But like, but
it'll
yeah,
happen eventually. It'll happen eventually.
He's not just something that the left would say. He's that way in like its most literal sense of the world. Well, I wouldn't say he's like as genocidal as Adolf Hitler would be, but he's definitely like a shithead.
Disavow. Complete disavow.
He's less of he's less of a Slavophobe than the Nazis back in the day were, just to say the least. Because they were extremely Slavophobic, to be honest. Many people don't know that, but they basically almost exterminated the Sorbs, which are a Slavic group native to East Germany.
They almost exterminated a lot of people.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! It's like not just the Jews, like so many others. Like holy shit!
People like to point out 6 million Jews, right? But in total, I think it was something like 11 or 12 million.
Oh yeah!
And then like it's kind of insane how it's like, okay, if you remember the 6, you have to remember the others. Oh, exactly. Yes.
It's like because they're basically the blacks in Germany, because if you look to many Western countries, they got a lot of black, and all the lazy countries, they got a lot of black population because of African colonialism, right? So they right, and Germany had that use of France and Britain and America, and Brazil had, right? It's just that the Nazis basically just like were being genocidal towards them. So that's the reason why there are fewer of them in Germany. There are still a lot of them, to be honest, but like that's terrifying too. It's super racist and horrific, and a lot of people don't talk about it. It's sad. Not to mention the gypsies, and also people who are gay, to be honest.
Everyone that wasn't Aryan German at that rate was fair game, pretty much.
Well, interesting fact people don't know, they basically say, oh, we're gonna fix the gay man first. We deal with the lesbians after the war, but luckily they lost to the lesbian.
Well, yeah, because straight men like to watch women kiss.
Pardon?
That's because straight men want to watch two women kiss.
And to be honest, the Nazis would probably just force lesbians to be breeding factories. It would just be a mass rape. Horrific. So now we're just gonna keep watching.
Let's get into the goods.
Disgusting human being. I do not agree with this ideology, even 1%.
None of us do.
But I do vaguely remember some kind of weird DM about like traps and like, I guess like you know more about the anime world than me. Some kind of like transgender anime or something. I don't know. I think one of us has walked each other. I don't even think I could see him now, but I don't know.
I cannot tell you how delighted I am by this information. God damn.
You know how much tea I could spell if you just.
No, I don't doubt it. I mean, I learned shit. The only person who's even not far left who I'm involved with is Shoeonhead, and I've learned plenty from her. So that's the extent of my outreach.
Also, I just want to point out, if we want to pause here for a second, Vaush is calling out someone else for being creepy. Just let that sink in.
That's funny. That's really funny, actually.
Jesus.
Because like if you think, but like I basically dislike Shoeonhead because like she basically said that America should be more socialist by being more like Sweden, even though Sweden is objectively speaking less socialist than America because they have less market regulation.
Yes.
Right, so she's basically pointing that capitalism is bad and uses more socialist country to say this is the repro of capitalism is bad, and then she basically pointed to a more capitalist country, United States, say this is the reason why socialism is good because that other capitalist country is good. Which is like she doesn't understand politics like at all. She's just like not being involved at all.
Most people most people who have that view that we need to be more socialist, because personally speaking, like as a Canadian, people always say like, oh, Canada, we need to be more like Canada with our national health care. Let me tell you a story. We had to go and get my mom an MRI one time.
Hey, before you do that, can you I need to go to the bathroom. Can you tell the story while I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, sure. Go nuts. So basically, we figure out that she needs to get this MRI done for her knee or whatever because there was some problem going on there. It took us maybe 5 hours to see a doctor in order to make an appointment for an MRI, and then it further took an entire 12 months before she could actually get the MRI done to figure out what was wrong. So basically for almost a year and a half, she had to deal with the pain in her knee because she couldn't get the proper tests done. And then I think the further whatever operation she had done on her knee, whatever that was, I can't remember right now, that took like another 4 months. So people always like to say, oh, Canadian healthcare, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Everyone should be like more like Canada with their healthcare. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, come up here and break your arm and then figure out how long it's going to take. Because, it's not as utopian as some people say.
Yeah, people like to assume that there's just like one great universally good option and there's like no backdraws at all. Like if there was really no backdraws, then I'm pretty sure it would have been implemented, but it's just not that easy. It's like it's basically the same argument as like, why don't we just raise minimum wage to be super high, and why don't we just give lots of benefits to, you know, the disenfranchised, but that raises taxes and all that. But people don't want to think about that, and it's very basic stuff.
I don't know. It's like personally, I would prefer, like, just from my own experience, is like I'll get something better if I'm paying cash for it. Like the service that you get is better, kind of deal. So I mean,
Like
for what
paying
we haven't,
directly, you mean?
yeah. Because like they can always get insurance, but that takes a while for them to wire the money. But it's like I don't want to say it's like bribing or anything, but it's like if you're paying someone and you just pay up front, they're generally a little bit more nice because they know they're getting the money right away.
Yeah, that is true. Like, the healthcare system here is probably more similar to the Canadian one than the American one, so I can't really comment too much on how it must be there because I just don't know. I do know that the prices are absurdly high, but with these like
Yes.
giant prices in America, I'm very curious just how
One of
how it
them,
can get that high that like that. How did that
one of the main
happen?
reasons is again, pharmaceutical companies charging whatever they damn well please. And then also there's a whole lot of red tape in order to become a doctor or a nurse in America. And one of the things that I find kind of strange is I would hazard a guess and say to treat like a burn or set a broken arm and put a cast on or things like that, I would say you probably don't need 6 years of medical school. Just my own personal opinion. I don't know what it's like other places, but it just seems a bit much for what you need them to actually do.
I've also heard that there's
definitely like a lot. Go ahead.
No, you go. No, you go. It's okay.
No, I just wanted to say that there's
fight.
definitely a lot to it.
I've heard that there is driver shortages, and that is causing the inflation. Something about supply and demand. I don't know if that's reliable because it came from a leftist, but judgy. But I've had like friends who have kids that literally get their kids stuck at school because there's a bus driver shortage too.
Yeah, that happened once, I believe, for me. Though, to be fair, it was a snowstorm. And then some of the drivers just said, sorry, no, we're not going out. So for like 2 hours, we basically just sat in the gym and just chilled out there. So
Oh my God.
it was kind of good that night because we all got McDonald's. But
That's great.
like,
The funny thing is we don't have like school bus drivers here. You just like either pick up your kid or your kid uses public transport because there's a lot of public transport here. And there were many times when my parents just didn't have the time to pick me up after school, so I just sat there. And the teachers were wondering if they're supposed to adopt me at that point because I was just like stuck there so long. So like, nobody's allowed to whine about this to me.
Yeah, it's like for me, it was like basically, it was also the bus drivers, but also the snowplow drivers, I guess. They had a shortage of them for some reason because they had to be diverted somewhere else that was a bit more populated. So the parents couldn't get in to the one spot in the school. So they had to go, which was near sort of the office. So it was like no one knew exactly where they had to go to pick up their kid. It's just like everything broke down because we were originally in one spot and then they moved us to another spot. So everyone was like freaking out.
Yeah, I guess I came back at a good time. Because I had
not too bad. I just want to find one comment. Yeah, Zio Gold. I agree with you completely. Vaush is the last person to call out anyone for being creepy.
Vaush is the last person who's calling out anybody for being anything just
Yeah.
negative.
Yeah, I agree. I might have to hop off in about 15 minutes, but maybe not. We'll see.
Good. Then I think we should play so you can see more of it.
Yes.
Weird intersection in like fascist circles between an outright disgust at trans people, like genuine hatred, like they're all degenerate pieces of shit who must be killed, and at the same time a worship of certain like elements of anime culture sexuality that tends to include like trans girls and what get called like trapped or whatever. And it's a really weird, I guess, hypocrisy that somebody should make a movie about.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is like there's always the classic story of like maybe the anti-gay senator or public official who has a career of voting against, pro-gay legislation and then catch them in a bathroom sucking dick. It's like maybe it's the same thing for trans and super, super far right people. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm of the opinion that gender as a concept is a spook. That without society, most people would be some kind of pansexual, and that really gendered preferences are just a way of aligning with societal expectations of how people of given genders are supposed to express their sexual preferences.
The entire animal kingdom disagrees with you, asshole.
Oh my god!
Also, are we allowed to swear? I feel bad.
We're allowed to swear, but we shouldn't use slurs.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the entire animal kingdom exists in a gender binary. And guess what, buddy? We're animals.
Even plants live to a certain extent. It's just that hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
But technically, if you look at plants and certain type of snails, whatever, they are hermaphrodites, but they still have two genders. They just have the male and the female gender at once. And some plants only have one. Some plants have actually gender. And just that. Like there are some flowers that have male and who are both male and female, but some flowers are only male or only female. Which is kind of cool. So not just the animal kingdom disagree with him. Basically most of life.
Yes.
Most of multicellular life disagrees with him.
I agree.
Like basically most creatures that actually don't have genders are unicellular.
Or invertebrates, I believe, right? Some of them don't have, or some of them are hermaphrodites.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I know snails are hermaphrodites, but
yeah, snails, nudibranchs, they're a thing. I think
certain types of plants, but not all of them.
Really weird creatures. I'm just wondering where he gets that impression. What culture gives him the idea that gender is a social construct? Like, yeah, there are social constructs that are associated with certain genders, but just the whole thing being a construct,
the construct of pink is for girls, blue is for boys. So originally back in, I think it was like the 1800s or whatever, it was the opposite because pink was seen as a strong color. But the role of man and the role of woman has pretty much stayed the same for most of human history and has only diverted mainly in the 60s.
Yeah, and the reason why that is because of both units are like literally biologically different from one another. That's the main reason why that's the case that you said. But like I think he gets it from because a lot of people, because he doesn't believe in truth. Like I'm not making this up. He actually doesn't believe in truth. He actually believes everything that's true just come from power. I'm not making this up. He genuinely believes.
Postmodernist, right? Mm-hmm. Nothing is true. Everything is a construct. Everything is equally valuable.
Yeah. So therefore, that when they basically say this, when they basically say things like, when they say that gender isn't real, because if they use, rather than to use language to express the world, they basically restart from this observing reality and then using language to describe reality. They start from language and definition, and then using that definition to define reality. You need to know how he thinks. He actually genuinely thinks that. And so many people do that because they're very, very stupid, right? He believed that just because gender and sex are two different words in the English language, that means that gender as a concept, what is described, isn't real because sex is, which is like really weird. because sex. The only distinction between sex and gender would be that gender would be the sex you can change by transitioning, and that's only a linguistic distinction.
If I look on my driver's license, it says line 15, sex, male.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Exactly.
So it's not like there's a separate section for gender on there.
Right.
So there's it's not like these things were completely separate. They're linked.
They're very, very much.
They're very linked.
Yeah, it's like the only
useful.
The only, I would say they are the same. The only useful distinction one can apply when using them in certain contexts would be that you can transition towards not to the opposite sex.
I am terribly sorry, my friends, but I have to go. I'm afraid that I am not able to continue. I got to go do some stuff. This was fun though.
Oh, it is. It's gonna be keeping fun, and you.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch. I'll be in the chat later. So I hope you all have a good one.
It was great having you on, Stratus. See ya.
Thank you. It was good to talk with you guys. See you later.
See you later. And then there were two. Like, we are only like a couple minutes in. This is gonna take forever. Like, oh my gosh! The stream has been going on for almost an hour. Like.
Oh my god! Yeah, we need to hurry up.
We just keep going off topic. It's insane. How do we get through this?
We do it by focusing. I think we can do that.
Okay.
So I very much subscribe to your interpretation. I didn't know you had come over so far in gender abolitionism, man.
I love her facial expression there. Like she doesn't want to abolish gender because then she wouldn't fucking transition. Is he retarded?
So far, and what?
Mm-hmm.
No, continue. I was just gonna say this is very, very awkward conversation, and it's only.
I know.
Like I think I don't know what's in store for the rest of the video, for the rest of the stream.
Oh, it's gonna get much worse. It's gonna get worse. Holy shit! It's amazing.
In what way?
I'm mostly teasing, but with the with the recognition that people often, through societal pressures, neglect the more expressive or less homogenous tendencies of their sexual.
Oh no, I just meant that oftentimes, if you go really, really hard against someone, there sometimes are other feelings you're internally battling with. Like you don't know how many. So growing up in school, I was bullied very heavily for being very feminine. Like, you know, I transitioned at 20, but everyone clocked me when I was like 5 and on. And so I got bullied really heavily by all the guys in school. I went to a really rural school in which people didn't really see people like me very often. But as I transitioned and became more of a woman, I guess, they all kind of hit me up and wanted my attention now. So, you know, sometimes you go really hard against something because it's kind of what you're into secretly. That's
how it be on this bitch of an earth. You know, the real woman was inside of you all along. So
that's the reason why Portugal against fascists so much changed my mind.
Their heel turn. You know, we'll work on that. Okay. So we probably disagree on goddamn near anything.
And
that's cool. That. You know, that's life. But there are because I'm sure you know I'm an anarchist, full violent revolution, proletariat seizing the means of production, abolition of gender. Whatever you heard, it's probably true.
Yeah, now you know, I suppose.
Okay, that's a lot.
Oh my god.
We basically disagree on everything.
Yeah, we kind of do. Not with each other, but with him. Like, what? How is that? What? You can't. That's not possible. Like, he makes no fucking sense. Like, you want anarchy, and you want to rob people blindly if they use their fucking so that everybody have the same wealth. Like, why do people stop pretend like they're not just communists?
I don't know. I can't even comment.
No, I understand it. It's like basically the left just have these different labels because it's constantly tried and constantly failed, so they have a marketing problem.
Yeah, Yeah, they do, and it
Oh,
very
God, they
much
really do.
bothers me.
It's like they basically use terms such as they can't use terms like progress. They basically use a term like progressive or liberal or socialist or like, and then basically use feminist or like, then you basically use different labels because they basically taint every word. So people think it's like bad things because they associate with lots of bad things because their policies are bad. And that's so fucking funny. I used. Yeah.
Yeah, I
The-
feel that's gonna be my brain while watching this.
Oh yeah, that's so true. That's good because then we can get through it quickly.
Yeah, then
quicker.
we can get through it faster. No comments, just like uninterrupted stream and us having our jaws on the floor.
True that.
So I think discussing or parsing out political differences would be futile. But there is one thing I really want to talk to you about, or I guess like a branching
what that
path we could explore. Do you think that right now in America, LGBT people or queer and gender whatever the brand?
Oh gosh, I hate when the left call people the Q word. It's like so offensive. I hate it so much.
They do normalize words with like they normalize the most random word.
I know, right? And that's like, oh, you can use them because it's been reclaimed. Like, if people mainly use ideological communists in universities try to use a word that is a homophobic slur to use for theories that are blanketly kind of homophobic too, then how is that reclaiming a word? Because gays didn't reclaim it. And it's still used in a homophobic way because it tries to associate people who are homosexual but like leftism, which is like so fucking insulting to people who aren't leftist and gay.
Yeah, like I don't have super strong feelings about words in general. I don't know. I just don't have
That's
strong
actually
reaction to slurs or anything like that. I just don't understand the inconsistency of the way they use them. Like every other day they decide what is offensive and what isn't. And we had like a conversation in the Discord server and someone says, oh, saying black now is offensive. But I thought that was an empowering word that people wrote with like a capital B. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I would say that the keyword is still offensive because one way I think it's offensive is because they still have power over people. And what I mean by that is that if a word can lose its power when people don't care, it doesn't really have a power. But if people who are gay ignore the keyword, then it's still going to be used by ideologues to push for certain types of communist ideas, using gender and sex as a way of getting there. Then they still use it with power that it negatively affects people who are gay because people are going to associate people who are gay with those things. So if you are gay and not those things, the fact that the left do it this way, then that just means that homophobia is going to like increase in society, which is bad. So therefore the words has power.
Also like a compound word like the LGBTQ plus community where they just like lunge everyone.
Right. That's exactly true, and that's why I hate the term. I think it's very offensive, actually, honestly, because it doesn't like offensive was taken. People say, but like I can take offense when people want to lump me together with people I have nothing in common with, for reasons that are kind of homophobic. Because if you just are a gay person, then you don't want to be associated with things that aren't like if you aren't as accepted as you would like to be, being associated with things that are less accepted, it's actually not really that great. Because that's what we try to break. Like we try to break association between like things that we don't have an association with, and that's like a problem.
Yeah, right. Let's continue this shit show.
Branches. Do you think that they've more or less achieved parity, or do you think that there's still like legitimate social oppression that takes place that needs to be dealt with?
Well, of course, by the left.
There's definitely legitimate issues that the community faces. I mean, for some reason, I think that might be a misconception of sort of my thoughts on LGBT is that I think like we live in this perfect paradise in America in which there are no problems.
Oh God, you don't.
It's really not true. I did a video recently where I spoke about how my entire father's side of my family has disowned me for being trans. So
That's
who would
so
I be to say that
horrible.
like everything's fine? Like I know there's a lot of issues people face, a lot of issues trans people face. But I also think that it's the best place on earth to be an LGBT person in America right now.
I actually say she had like a good point, but I have to critique her at some point. Is that the issue I have with people using the term LGBT or longer is because they basically tend to focus on one group of people more than the others, and that becomes an issue because then some people get like glossed over and like left behind, and that's like an issue I've seen kind of often, if that makes sense.
Right.
Because like I would say that when it comes to the right if you're gay, for example, sorry, the United States is, legally speaking, one of the absolute best countries on the planet. I mean, like, in the 5 best countries on the planet, no doubt, right? I actually say that legally speaking might actually be the best or second best country to be gay. But like, if a country is like accepting of people who are trans, doesn't mean that they aren't homophobic, and country can be accepting people who are gay and still be very transphobic too. So it's like it doesn't really measure well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the situation is just so uniquely different in each country. I just feel uncomfortable when it's discussed online, and usually through some US-centric lens, just because there's more Americans online than anyone else.
At least it didn't come to English speaking online.
Well, yeah, and clarify. But there's like no like, I mean, where am I going to find a decent community from my country to talk about these like issues? There's not a lot, because like, we haven't progressed very far forward. There's not a lot of people to talk to.
What country is it? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but you might if you want to.
I'm from Latvia. It's a Baltic country, for those who don't know.
Okay, that makes
It's,
sense. Like,
post-Soviet Union country, again, for those who don't know, which might explain the situation of the way that it is.
explain how. No, go on.
What did you want to say?
I just wanted to say that that explains how the left isn't really this pro-gay as people want to think they are. Because the Soviet Union wasn't pro-gay, and they were very left-wing. So
it's it's a lot. I don't like. I really feel very uncomfortable when people both appropriate symbols from the Soviet Union there and like terms that are very specifically related to the Soviet Union, but act like these are these super socialism plus symbols that all the cool progressive people are using. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. I mean, it's bizarre for everyone, but especially for someone like me who, is very like deeply connected to that history and knows a lot about it.
Right. It's like, and there's like, if you go to countries like Latvia and other countries where being gay isn't that as accepted, using all these LGBT plus, it's going to lead to give people who are homophobic a lot more ammo, and they can say, oh, look at these Western countries. There's the reason why we need to keep being homophobic.
Exactly. That is such a thing. And like people just want to ignore it because you're either, because nowadays you can be like a super hyper progressive person in a country like Latvia because, you're talking to Westerners and you're online and blah, blah, blah. But then they have like this impression that that's the right route to go. That's the route to progress. And they don't see like the general consensus around them. And it's just, I can't even explain it. It's just not working. It's not working. It's creating like more alienation and hate. And again, like each culture is different. What worked in the US might not work here because it's, completely different cultural norms. We wouldn't want to see super extreme pride parades with naked people. That will just cause way more homophobia.
And you want to know the country where being gay, of both genders of homosexuals, are having full legal rights? You want to know how many countries that is in the world? In the whole world, you want to hear it?
How?
It are 2, United States and South Africa.
Interesting.
Yeah, so then people say, "Oh, I saw this plus 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 plus." They basically, "Oh, the gay struggle that's already finished," but no, we don't have all the rights. But the reason why they said it is because the left doesn't want us to have all the rights. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of interesting. But makes sense to me, right? Because why would they? Because if your rights come from property, so why would the left want more people to have property? It doesn't, you cannot like anti-communist to have property, because rights, when it comes to rights to marriage and family planning, is basically very much about property, and that's the reason why they're against it, as he said in the beginning of the video.
Yeah. All comes back. Okay, let's continue at least a few more minutes. We're already over the hour mark.
That's true.
Probably America, or maybe like some European country as a comparable, comparable level of. No, I agree. There probably are other places on Earth with a great deal farther to go. We recently
probably right, because as a trans woman, there are most, if not all, Muslim majority countries in which I can't even legally travel to. So, whenever my friends and family are talking about group vacations, we have to Google if it's even legal to be me there. So, yeah.
No, undoubtedly. I think if I remember correctly, Iran actually has comparatively progressive policies on trans people, but horrid policies on gay people.
Yep, that's actually a problem. Yeah, sorry, something happened right in here. But that's actually really true, because if you go to like Iran and Morocco, you can be trans, but you can't be gay, right? That's illegal, right? In Iran, you can actually be forced, you can be forced to transition as a form of conversion therapy. If you didn't know that.
Yeah, I've heard. It's quite interesting.
Because because a lot of Islamic countries, rather than in Western countries being gay was more acceptable and then trans became more acceptable, in their countries it's basically the trans thing is actually the start, right? And the progressive stack, it's the trans people rank higher, which means that they don't care about that, because gays are less important.
Another reason why I really hate the US-centric stack of oppressed groups, because on the internet they just treat everyone based on that stack and have no care for anyone's background or otherwise.
It was like another server where a guy used that logic to against Christians, right? Even though many of the server lived in the Muslim majority country. It was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody was saying. It doesn't make any sense, because it was so US-centric. I hate US-centric bullshit. It's so annoying. I can't stand it.
Right.
I don't know if it's some specific cultural intersection of how they think gender and sexuality works, or.
Well, people say that, but what's interesting is that transition is often used to cure the gay.
Right. That's general. Yeah.
So
exactly.
transition is often seen as this thing. It's like, okay, you can't be a guy who likes guys, so we need you to be a woman so that you blend in more with society. So I have a hard time saying that they're more progressive on trans issues when it's kind of used as a cure for gay people. It's like a mixed bag, it's really messed up over there.
No, I mean, I completely agree. I would never sit here and defend the treatment of gender and sexual minorities in other parts of the world, unless we're talking like, I don't know, fucking Sweden or something. But even they've got their problems.
I need to say something about Swedish history when it comes to people. Oh my god. In Swedish history, if you're gay, mainly if you're gay male, but also sometimes a lesbian, right? Then you can be had a victim of full frontal lobotomy, and forced sterilization, and that happened for people who are gay, mainly men in Sweden, basically in the late 1900s. If you didn't know that, and they did abolish sterilization of trans people for transition purposes, which is a much less severe thing, because you can technically transition without doing the legal change. But if you're gay, you can't. Then it's worse, because then you can't escape it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really understand the glorification of like Sweden and Scandinavian countries. Like they just don't have any issues there. That's also like
Well, they do
weird
have
stuff.
less issues in many ways because their economy is far more capitalistic, and that's like the savior. Like, one is something good about Sweden is that Sweden actually have a much more fair divorce court than America and Britain have, and
Well,
most other
absolutely.
Western
That doesn't
countries.
mean they have everything.
Oh,
I
that's
guess
not
he
true, right?
but
But they
weird that
basically
he
all the
that
things.
up.
All the things good about Sweden is basically what the left hates and are against. What the left in all other Western countries hate and oppose. Those are the things those are the few things that are good about Sweden, right? So like they basically liked it, but they want the opposite of what Sweden is all the time. They oppose all the motions that would make it more like Sweden. Because if you look at Swedish politics, basically both parties in America would be on the left in Swedish politics, both the Democrats and the Republicans.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, much more right wing than most other Western countries
But
because they have less
already
business regulations.
going right there, and they want that. They just don't care that deeply about how they got all the good things.
Exactly. They basically just say, "Oh, it's because the socialists." No, they have more capitalism in America, but they have a lot of Gibbs, right? And the reason why they can afford all the Gibbs is because they have more capitalism. Because then when people are more productive, you can tax them without destroying their lives, and that's what Sweden does.
So their observations are so extremely surface level, just really not getting into how the things are the way they are.
They basically think that they can have the minimum wage law, they can have these extreme restrictions of the market, and still afford all the gifts that Sweden have. No, you can't afford that. You need to go to the right in order to have those things on the left. That's why I say it's different ways you can go left. Sweden is in left wing in the way they have more Gibbs, but the way they have more Gibbs is because they're right wing on other issues of the economy. While America is so left wing on its economy that they can't afford any of the Gibbs they want, but they try to have it anywhere, and then basically fucks up everything. That's the reason why America does worse, because they're left wing of more things than Sweden is.
Mm-hmm.
And they're never gonna admit that. The leftists wouldn't, but a lot of Americans definitely will.
Yeah. Okay.
Sex work and anyway, we recently, normally we just watch YouTube videos on my channel.
Yeah, the sex work law in Sweden is bad because they basically make it illegal for people to buy sex but not to sell it, and also illegal to be a pimp, which just means that you cannot rent houses to prostitutes, which means that they have to evict all the prostitutes with children when they find out they're prostitutes by law, which is like really bad. And yeah, I don't like it. Germany and the Netherlands has much better laws regards to prostitutions, because then prostitutes actually are in the center, not to prevent prostitution.
Okay, interesting. Didn't know that.
The more you know.
And I scream very loud. It's very impressive, my vocal capacity. I just belt it out, And
that's true.
The first video of yours we watched, I think, was your debate with Ben Shapiro, which we tepidly took your side on, because as much as we may disagree with you, Ben Shapiro is a monster, so it was a pretty easy choice. And
I don't even like Ben Shapiro, but holy moly, that's a little bit too much over the top.
What's interesting,
when, like they call people monsters.
Right. Like I do it when it's like applicable, when people are like abusing children, like scarring.
Exactly, that's the thing that comes to my mind. Like I remember
that's monstrous, right?
And it was interesting because he did say things that like made me raise my eyebrows and be confused, like why is his stance the way it is? But the furthermore he went into like explaining himself with Blair, it kind of like from his viewpoint made sense. When he actually had time to explain himself.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like if you basically think of it, God, lots of train thought. But no, you're correct about all that.
Right, is that
it's kind of difficult not to take Blair's side.
Sometimes it's hard for me as a YouTuber and as in my career, in my field of work, to really get a grasp on how people view me. But one thing that I think a lot of people who aren't my fans view me as is someone who like does not ever want to defend trans people, like a traitor to trans people. But I would pose the question to all of them: are there any other trans people that have gotten in a room and effectively argued that trans people should be called by their preferred pronouns with Ben Shapiro? No. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like I don't ever get credit for that. Like, that was a real thing that happened. I really sat and talked to Ben Shapiro about how he needs to, not be addicted to trans people. But no one ever talks about
good
it,
of her.
The
I do applaud her for that.
I think I will give you credit for that. I think the problem people have, and it's the same problem that I have, and I think I can voice those concerns sort of through my beautiful muscular throat, is that throughout his perspectives vary. Throughout history, there has been a pattern of the slow accumulation of social capital by minority groups, whether they be blacks back in the 1800s till today, gay folk, lesbians, what have you, trans people. And very often along the way, there's a question as to how much you should capitulate to the system to appear presentable. This is something that happened back at Stonewall. The riots took place, national attention was given to gay, lesbian, and trans people. The gay and lesbian people looked at one another and said, well, shit, like, we're not going to get liberated if we're with these fucking weirdos, and toss the trans people under the bus.
And that's actually the reason why people who are gay today don't get rights in countries that we don't have rights, and why people are being more homophobic in countries where we already do have rights, and why we don't get any more rights even though we need it. So they weren't wrong when they did that. Like, I believe that people of all races, people who are gay and people who are trans, all deserve to have rights, full property rights for everyone. But I don't believe that we have to lump people together to do that, because people who are different and not alike doesn't have to be together, advocated for together. You can advocate them for them separately.
Yeah, intersectionality just like loses in that aspect because it doesn't take into account differences the way it thinks it does. Like, I was listening to there's like a video explaining like the original like intersectional manifesto and how it came to be, because, well, it came to be specifically for like Black women, and the writer was like explaining that there are like court cases where the oppressed are like defined as women, and court cases where the oppressed are defined as a minority race. And she feels like it needs to be addressed that some people are black women, and they face a completely unique set of features, like a unique set of issues and stuff. But like, there are so many situations where the issues each group faces are so unique, you just can't like lump them together. Then you need to look at every single person individually, and it's just not working.
Ayn Rand did that, and we can do that by basically having free market capitalism for everybody.
You can't make an oppression pyramid with
No,
like
you
a
can't.
system. Like,
Unless
they want to do the two things at the same time, like be there for each person on an individual level, but still like apply it to the oppression system pyramid.
And it's like, it basically, like, they also don't see that they basically, this category means that you are oppressed, and this category means you're privileged, like, and therefore you're both privileged, you're more privileged, you're both, you're more privileged. No, that's not like, that's what's wrong, because sometimes you take an ethnic minority, right? Sometimes it might be unique issues that only affect ethnic minority women, right? I'm not going to reject that doesn't happen, but very often, and I dare to say even more often, there are even more violent oppression of ethnic minority men that the women doesn't have. So they only look at the intersection one way. They don't look at the intersection for, the other way.
Like, it's a little point system.
Because if you basically think about it, in many countries, if you look laws regarding people who are gay and people who are ethnic minorities, in many of those countries, they basically tend to treat the men who are ethnic minorities and gay worse than the women.
True.
I'm not saying on every aspect, but like in some kind, I have examples of this. Just look at the affirmative action in the United States when it comes to Asians, right? That applies to gender too. That's double. If you look at laws protecting minorities and women in America, it protects everyone who's not a man of European descent. If you look to laws when it comes to how Black people are being, like, more likely to be killed by other people and more likely to have disproportionately longer sentences, right? That only applies to Black men. It doesn't apply to the women, right? Because they actually get it less than men of the other races, right? And when it comes to homosexual rights, there are so many countries in Europe where lesbian couples have all the rights that a straight couple, but gay male couples do not have all the rights as the lesbian couple and the straight couple have. They only have it in the United States and South Africa, and that's not even all American states. Like, these are facts.
That is very gross.
I know, it's awful. And it's like, and therefore people say, oh, women being worse. I'm like, default? No, that's not a general rule. I'm not saying it never, of course, I'm not going to say it never happens. Of course, I'm not saying that, but it tends to not be the case, actually. I mean, like, of course, there is the case sometimes, but like, when these are example of race, or when it comes to the issues facing certain races, or issues facing people who are gay, and then the intersection is actually the men actually have it worse. Like when it comes to how they're treated worse by society. Or just by people in society, if that makes sense. Or just by the country governing itself. Because we know that South African law discriminates against all minorities, but it discriminates against the men of minorities more than the women when it comes to hiring and every single posting gets government funding.
So basically the intersectional compounding thing is actually like in the reverse in those cases.
Yes, but only when it comes to gender, not when it comes to like race and sexuality. Okay, when it comes to race in some aspects, but the racial oppression tend to always go different types of oppression, different types of disadvantages to all the different races, right? So they tend to not be one is more oppressed than the other. They tend to just be oppressed in different ways or disadvantaged in different ways. I hope that
it just varies way too much. It just varies very too much to be like in a system, and again in like a US centric system.
Right. But the idea that like being this race is worse and being woman is worse is like objectively speaking false. I'm not saying that can never be the case. It's probably the case for some people sometimes. But that's like the general rule. It's like objectively false. And we know that. And I just explained how that's not the case.
Like I say it tends to be worse in like more situations. I think you can drop the word objective in there because again, people just can latch onto it and find like examples of that not being the case. But like, yes, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, no, that's a good point actually. It is the case in all these examples that I was mentioning. But the funny part is that I have never like seen people, making this example for the other, like in the reverse, right? And then being able to think of mistreatments that are as severe, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically, but yeah, you are correct, absolutely. And this is a very important point people need to bring up but the main point is mainly that to say that being woman means it's worse of all demographics all the time. We know that's objectively false. I hope that makes more sense.
Again, the intersectional fucking thing doesn't work. Like there are many issues being faced by women, but it just very much depends with the like examples you provided. Okay, let's watch a few more minutes from this video.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Like already gone long enough.
Jesus Christ, that's so true.
And that's kind of been the history of like progressive politics. And a lot of people, I guess myself included, think that you have admittedly pretty staunchly defended a margin of LGBT people, which is straight passing trans women. But in the process, you have thrown
no gay people.
Everybody else, non-passing, non-straight, and non-binary under the bus. And in that respect, you have led ultimately to far more harm than whatever good you have done for the subsection you represent. Admittedly, faithfully.
why the fuck does Blair have to care and represent people who are not straight trans people when she herself is just a straight trans woman? How does she harm us, for example? She doesn't. And also the idea that like she only represents straight LGBT people. Doesn't he kind of admit that the term LGBT people is useless, if you can say that?
I'm very confused about the straight passing thing. Like, when did that become a thing? Like, yeah, Blair is straight. Why? Huh?
That she's how
Has
she's not
Blair
straight
been
passing,
against?
she's straight.
Okay.
I mean, like, because we are very trans inclusive. If you're a trans woman or woman,
Alright,
right?
okay, continue.
Which means that if you are like a trans woman and you're only attracted to men, you're straight.
I don't think that at all, actually. So if you look at the comments on a lot of my videos, every day I'm inundated with comments from people. And these are comments I get in real life as well, because I travel the country speaking to people, of people saying, I didn't understand trans people until I watched your videos. The biggest misconception of people on the right who do not like trans people or misunderstand trans people is that it's a political thing. People think being trans is political. They have no understanding that it's actually a medical issue. It's a neurological issue. And for me, I think that I've helped people understand that. The other day, I did a speaking event in Chicago, and a woman came up to me, and she was a mother of a trans kid. And she spoke to me and she said, she didn't expect me to be there. She came there to see one of the other speakers that was there with me, who is a gay man named Brandon Strock. And she had really negative, horrid, quite frankly, views on trans people. And she came up to me and she said, my daughter came out as trans. I didn't understand it. I thought it was a political thing. And we really argued about it. And I've thought about putting them out of the house. And through watching you speak today, I realized that it's not that. So I think I've actually done a lot of good for trans people. I think that oftentimes the way that I go about my, I don't know if activism is the right word, or me striving for their acceptance of trans people, I think it's different in the way a lot of other trans people do it. But I know for a fact I'm changing hearts and minds because I see it face to face. I see it in comments. And then what you said earlier about sort of capitulating or sort of aligning yourself, I think you're trying to infer it with like the oppressors or like the Republicans, the conservatives, the right wing.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, I often see these conversations of representation of trans people in the media, in video games, in movies, TV, all of that. And I think that that's actually important. I think that if I would have grown up seeing trans people in movies or in video games, probably would have helped me understand myself at a younger age. There's like crazy sirens going on right now.
Yeah, no worries. I'll assume they're not coming for you.
Yeah, but I think what people don't often value or understand is the value of representation of trans people on the right-wing side in the Republican circles. And I think the debate with Ben Shapiro is a good example of that. There hasn't been any trans people that have effectively made the case for trans people to Ben Shapiro. The only other person that I think ever got in a room with him was, I think her name was Zoe Chur, and it ended with Zoe saying she was going to beat him up, and it was just this huge joke. I mean, trans people look awful, and you know, even
fair, I might do the same if in a room with Ben Shapiro.
And that's fine, but objectively, that conversation did absolutely nothing to further the cause of trans people or people understanding trans people. It actually did the opposite.
No, I agree. I saw the memes
It made trans people look
with
terrible.
her hand
So
on
sad
Ben
because
Shapiro's
most
show, and
normal
I
people-
know I dealt with the fallout from that because every time now I talk about trans issues, that statistically speaking, there's a chance somebody brings that up with me. So I would never deny your livid experience. You probably have
probably gonna do
exposed
it.
literally hundreds of thousands of people who would otherwise be entirely unfamiliar with the existence and legitimacy of trans people, to you, and subsequently to the existence and legitimacy of trans people. And that's good. I want to bring you farther, if I may. You have in the past, I guess I can get these out of the way. I remember that in the past, you made a comment, something along the lines of, and you're free to walk back in this, or maybe your opinions changed since then, I don't know, that lesbian trans women are just like confused men. Do you believe that to be the
No,
case?
she don't
I
believe
don't think
it.
I've ever said that.
You don't think so? So that was false on my part? If that's the case, then that's my bad.
I really don't think I've ever said that. I think that in the past, I've
said
probably
that.
had a hard time
Like,
understanding that, but I
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Like, she's never, again, like when you said like only like straight passing trans women or whatever. It's like she never said that. She just brings up cases where, you know, it is very much predators like using the guise of being trans. It's like a completely different thing. It's not the same thing at all, and yet like it always gets compounded. But yeah, I think just in general we got to wrap this up because my brain is getting fried from sitting here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like I was just going to I just invite some more people. So would you mind staying until they can join?
Like what?
I'm sorry. I was like inviting. I'm like inviting some more people. So would you mind staying until they join?
Sure. Okay, it's not too long. Also, like
Perfect.
video lag sometimes. So if I like fall out of the stream and come back, it's just like the page reloading.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
hard time understanding it today. I remember in the past, probably, if you would have caught me in 2016, I think I had a lot more rigid views on what trans is because I was struggling with myself a lot. And that was before I surgically transitioned myself. But I definitely never called trans lesbians confused men. That
Gotcha, I
I'm
mean,
saying.
right. I mean, if we agree that's a dumb statement now, then whether or not you did is largely irrelevant, I think. But the principal thing I want to get at here, you earlier said something I disagree with. You said, and you might be surprised to hear I disagree with it. You said that trans people and their existence isn't political. And
that's correct. Trans people are biological existence. It's a neurological condition. That's a fact.
You believe that, correct?
Well, yeah, but I think I know what you may say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like kind of everything is political, and like us fighting for rights is political. Maybe you're not going to say that, but I don't think it's political in the sense that I was born with that misalignment in my head. I felt like a girl since I was 5 years old. I wasn't political at 5 years old when I was feeling gender dysphoria.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying no gender dysphoria. That's not political. Well, again, everything is political in the sense that the way we interpret medical conditions is framed through like the modernist lens of the enlightenment. Like, so in that respect. However, in the sense that we refer to transness or transgenderism, we generally refer not to the medical condition of gender dysphoria, but rather to the identification, the process by one identifies as a gender other than their own. I would make the statement that everything, being trans, being cis, and being non-binary, are all equally political because they rely on an equally political, equally arbitrary understanding of gender. And that by framing transness as legitimate only through the medicalization lens, you do a tremendous disservice, not only to non-binary trans people, but also to trans people who don't experience dysphoria, trans people who aren't out yet, trans people who may be having doubts about themselves and their identity, and basically everyone who isn't you, out, passing, and beautiful.
Well, thank you for the last adjective. But I completely disagree. I think that the removal of the medical aspect of being trans does incredible harm to trans people because when we're just speaking about this is how I identify.
Okay, that's a whole lot of craziness. What the fuck? It's like I don't know what to say to that, to be honest. Well, I do know, but it's probably gonna take my life for my brain to not, because that was so fucking dumb. Like, if you don't have dysphoria.
Good evening, anyway.
Oh, hello. Like, if you don't have dysphoria and you don't transition, you're not trans. Like, And the only way you can be trans without dysphoria is if you already transition completely, so you don't have any dysphoria left. Like that, the idea that you can not transition, not have dysphoria, and still be trans, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That makes no sense at all. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people like this? They're so dumb. Holy shit.
And that's it.
I mean,
Maybe it's
I've always
because
wondered about how, like, the word trans and transitioning is the transitioning process of like changing.
Exactly. Like, what I know is that being trans is
sorry.
like, you know.
The stream started lagging.
It's all right. Like, if you look to word trans, it's basically like it's basically like the word trans means like the other side in Latin, and cis means the same side. So therefore, if you basically transition to the other side, right, go to the other side, it's basically going to the other side of change. Is basically what the word transition comes from, because it's a Latin-based word, right? And like, if you basically are a trans person, then that's what you are. Like, if you don't transition, or if you aren't the opposite sex, you're not trans. Like, what the fuck? That's so dumb.
Right. Okay, like the stream is starting to really lag, and I do need to go. And I see there's another person here. Can I go?
Yeah, you can go if you want to. It's fine.
Okay.
This was great.
Yeah, it's fine. It just started really lagging. I can't even articulate what I want to say because like half the time it's just buzzy and stuff. But I don't even know how to make the point about like
No, it's fine.
trans without like the dysphoria. Then okay.
Then it means like nothing. It's like what is the point?
Okay,
then?
well, then I'll catch y'all later and can.
See ya.
It's just lagging really fucking hard. I feel
No,
like
it's fine. And if you want to, if you have time and we're still up, then you're free.
Okay.
Maybe your VPN is working this way.
I'll continue watching the stream though. I'll continue watching the stream, just the same thing's lagging. Okay, well, bye for now.
See you soon.
Right.
So, do you have anything to add?
Well, to the trans thing, actually, I'm lost for a moment. Maybe because it's getting crazier and crazier, especially with this guy here.
Oh yeah, he's crazy. Like, he's so dumb.
I know.
Like,
consuming child porn. It is a 5-second clip that I have with him. Yes, that was his answer. That he is for consuming child porn.
Oh my god, that is insane.
I can link it here. Just a moment. I'm going to just go to one guy's channel that I was also in.
That is so crazy. Oh my god. But
just a moment. I'm going to get the evidence.
Oh sure, it's fine. It's fine. We can just keep watching the video in the meantime.
Okay.
Because I'm used to speaking to conservatives and I've been in those circles for years, that is literally white noise to conservatives and to people who, at the end of the day, we really are trying to make the case to that this is a legitimate thing. I absolutely believe there's a medical and scientific component to being trans. Gender dysphoria exists, and that's a medical issue that we actually seek medical intervention for. You know, my transition was medical intervention. My transition was me saying, okay, I have this misalignment. I can't even leave the house without feeling an incredible amount of distress over how I look and how people are perceiving me. So let me seek medical intervention, which is surgery, hormones, psychological help. And that's what I did. That's medical. And so for me, it's just the principle of, are we acknowledging it as
it's in the chat,
medical or not? And to me, You can't make the case
I
that
see
trans
it. I
people
posted in the real chat too.
deserve
everybody
all
can
of the
see.
equal access that we want and all the equal rights we want without
only 7
backing it up at
seconds, but
least
it's enough.
somewhat, for the same way that
I think we should save it to the
no
end.
one
so, like, it would be a
accepts Rachel
good thing to
Dolezal
like end it
as
up
being
with.
transracial
Okay.
or being Black. No Black people that I've seen. Maybe you do, but it's incredibly 99.999% of the African American community does not see her as that, because there's no medical basis for it. There's nothing we can point to in the brain that would make her feel as though she's Black.
Right.
And that's why it's denied that she is what she says that she is. So
what
I
we're
don't
talking about right now, though, is capitulation. Gender isn't a scientifically verifiable concept. It's a theory. We need theory.
But the misalignment in
The English language is the only language that distinguishes between sex and gender. And the only distinction that could be made is that you can transition to the other gender but you can't change your sex. But in all other language, gender and sex is just the same thing. So he's basically defined reality according to the English language. It's so dumb. It's really, really dumb. Oh my god. There you go. Like, gosh. This is the reason why so many people call Americans stupid, especially those who only speak English. Like, how can you be so dumb that you think that your language is determining of reality? So, oh god, I don't know how to begin with that even. Jesus Christ. He's gonna do it again, trust me.
the brain is.
Well, no, sure, yeah. But when we talk about gender and therefore being transgender, we're relying explicitly on the existence of theory. Now, there can be medical science to verify the existence of things like gender dysphoria, and that may be a component in somebody's decision to transition or to identify as trans, but that doesn't really change the fact that it is ultimately a subsidiary of a broader political theoretical framework by which we analyze gender.
No, it's not political. It's neurological or biological. That's what it is. All it is. It has nothing to do with fucking politics, unless you're a communist and want to make everything political. And I think I answered the question pretty well with that.
I know. I live in a post-communist country, so the history is quite fresh with them, and their children also, and I mean the family members have also this kind of dysphoria. Everything's political to them.
That's so true, because if you nationalize everything becomes political, and if you have completely capitalism, basically nothing is political, because not even the economy is political.
Oh, that's
great.
That's
because
why
all politics is basically economic laws in regards to in regards to the economy. That's all politics is, actually, if you think about it.
I also know that, but I can really see and know that those people come from that period of time, communism. They were born, bred, and lived through that. At least a few years, and much more than I, because it ended when I was 4. But every time when they are gathering around under the table, on the supper table, when they have the party, is always about politics. Give me a fucking break. You just know that the person was born and bred in those times. If you live in my country.
Exactly. Like, it's crazy. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's basically like, that's why people say, oh, I don't like politics, then they should just go to the right, because the further right you go, the less politics would be part of your life if you got your way. Which is kind of like very appealing to me, at least.
But even the right-wing parties have this kind of a mentality in attitude. They are all about this right-wing stuff, but you just know that they were born in that period of time. I mean, they don't know that, you know, it was so a part of the culture that you just don't even think about it. But
exactly,
it's different.
right?
It's the scene.
Then that's like most, at least Western countries, like most right-wing parties, they aren't really that right-wing. They're used to the right of every other fucking communist. Like, sorry, that's just basically how it is if you think about it. They're so fucking left-wing when it comes to so many things. It like make me want to like I hate it.
But if your country would experience at least 50 years of communism or something like half a century, I promise you, it will be very right wing. It will be maybe even extremely right wing for anybody's taste. Why? Because it is a reaction to all of those times, and in the times of recovery, the aftermath of that period, we'll just breed that. I mean, I even read and talked with people that told me that they actually are not believers, they are atheists, but they knew that they were going to piss off the communists, so that's why they were going to church in mass, and many people like that.
Oh yeah, like a lot of countries basically going to force everybody to accept something, but they have to make a concession to religion, and then all people become like, you know what? If the religious people don't have to deal with this, then I want to be a Christian.
No, I mean, even in one American senator, when he have when he have visited Poland, because this is the country I come from, he made his notes about when he talked to people, and he asked one atheist, "And why are you going to church?" And this was his response, because it was also a Soviet-dominated country. Because I hate the Russians. That was it.
Yeah, like of course people on the right can like politics, obviously, right? But like people who are right want less politics to be governed. They want less governance and less politics in society, but they can still like the politics that they have, if that makes sense. I just wanted to answer the chat question. But like if I have to go to the bathroom, do you want to chat while I'm on the bathroom, or do you want the video to play while I'm on the bathroom?
Well, okay, go take your time.
I can wait. That.
I would do what I can, but I'm not good at it.
Okay, I can wait a little bit, and then I might go if I can't like hold it in any longer.
One which does not back to the call of doctors and whatever diagnoses they prescribe. It seems to me like you believe that transness is gatekept behind suffering and medical legitimacy, and I don't think that's the case. I think trans people are authentically legitimate of their own volition without the help of any doctors giving them supplementary justifications.
But to me, it's impossible to remove the medical aspect of it. It just is. I mean,
well, why?
My transition was medical, and it saved my life. And that was the case for every trans person I've ever met.
By the country's opinion,
the doctors
about its homophobia and anything. You can go. I can talk about her. I mean, Blair White would be liked, would be in Poland if people would know her. She is like this kind of a person that the people would like, even if they would know that she's trans or should be lesbian, okay, or whatever. Why? Because she is not making an identity out of it. And in this culture that I live in, pushing your beliefs too much is really, really unwelcomed. And and people, if they're going to piss them off, and they're going to push. I mean, when you try to push your beliefs and make it their own, they will do anything. They will stand on their head to make your life a hell, and they are getting off of it. I've seen. But for real, she's not like the walking stereotype, because we have about the LGBT community in the West, the stereotype that those people are just want to dominate everything and anything, whatever they can. And I'm sorry, but we also have the internet, and people there have seen the marches of the naked, as I call them, for example, in London. But I mean, why does people think that and this probably comes also out from the belief that everybody's equal. No, they are not. And most people are ugly and shouldn't be walking naked. Sorry. Most people are not made for walking naked. Oh, Vaush can only see stereotypes. Well, not surprised. He even is an embodiment of the stereotype himself. An American socialist or communist, whatever he thinks he is. He he basically is the embodiment of that stereotype. I'm sorry, but it going it is going viral. The stereotype of the American leftists. Because now I know that those Americans basically that have the stereotype of being the stupid ones are the leftist ones, because they were the most annoying, the most arrogant and ignorant from all of them that I have met. And all of them said that I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat.
Oh my god, a lot of Democrats are so awful. There was one Democrat who basically wanted to, I think he wanted to like have abortion after birth, and then the people who voted for him basically said if you don't get to remain in power, it's going to become like a Handmaid's Tale. And I was like, that America must be the dumbest American they found, because that's like horribly stupid. Like that's actually so stupid that they are that people being that stupid are so stupid that they are evil. Yeah, it is kind of ironic actually, because a lot of them are kind of socialist, because America is more socialist than Sweden, obviously, because Sweden is very socialist, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, now I'm gonna keep the stream. That became dark. I hope we can make it light about watching Vaush and Blair, which is kind of interesting to think about, because you don't get lighter. At least you can get lighter than this, I suppose.
Make you trans, you know.
No, the doctors did not make me trans, but the doctors allowed me to live a life where I can cope with being trans. So therefore it's a medical treatment. Like I sought the help of doctors to alleviate the negative feelings of being trans and having dysphoria.
How would you have argued in favor of the existence of...
One second. And if we're going to insist that it's not medical and it's just this political stance or it's this political entity, I can guarantee you that there will never be a bridge to the divide that is conservatives who don't understand trans people and trans people. There will never be any progress.
Right.
I don't believe there will anyway. Generally, social progress takes place. Generally, social progress takes place when bigots die. That's kind of what we look to.
You know what? Actually, ironically have a point. That's why I want the left, because the left don't breed as much as people who are decent. They tend to not breed, generally speaking. And I mean the extreme left, of course, right? Because they tend to be too stupid to, right? At least they breed less than the people on the right, right? Or at least people who are traditional and decent, right? Which means that they are just going to die out. And I believe we just have to wait for most of the people on the left to die out. And then we're going to have a better society afterwards. So ironically, I agree. Ironically, he's correct. I mean, Vaushginity, she's usually more correct than him, of course. But like, I just want to make sure.
Well, and I have good news for you, and you can be also hopeful that the kids that they're going to have anyway, and probably may see, oh my fucking god, my parents are insane or crazy, and they're going to go the other way, and they maybe will be right wing just because they want to rebel against them, and later, you know, they may maybe stay there. I mean, I haven't rebelled much against my own, but from the period of time of my own parents, when I'm hearing them, I am very unlike them. I mean, not only I'm mostly on the right, especially economically on the right. Economically, I'm 100%.
Economically, it's the only variable that exists in politics, because all politics is just basically economic rulings on economic circumstances. Like that's basically all it is, politics, if you think about it, right? And basically, when you make a political decision, you're always making a political decision, because an economic decision, right? Because if you decide to regulate or deregulate, you're going to affect the economy. All political decisions always affect your economy. So they're either economic decisions and symbolic decisions, but they may also affect the economy, because it might be name changes or something, because it actually needs to cost money and stuff. So yes, that's actually bad, right? But here's the problem, right? The solution is basically that people who are decent, people who have my values, they are going to be more reproductive when it comes to breeding than people who doesn't, which means that even if our population breed less, then the people of that group who are like me are going to breed disproportionately more than the most other people in that group, if that makes sense. So that's the reason why solution is. And that's the reason why I hate the welfare state, because that just grows the population
True.
of the people who cannot support themselves, which is basically just lowering the IQ. It's literally vote farming. That's why I don't really like democracy very well.
And also welfare is theft and basically it's parasitism to me. Sorry, but especially single mothers, especially that are taking money from my taxes on their children. I know how it's going to end, of course. They're going to be, for example, 300 PLN, because this is the currency we use in Poland, for them to get a better dress, a better outfit, makeup, to go screwing around and whoring around. I have to use this word. And the left and the rest of the 200 will go to the child, because that's how the pathology is doing that. Basically, the children are the meal tickets instead.
Right. That's what welfare is like, and that's the reason why single mothers should just either they can either give it to no one, or they give it to all people who are parents. They cannot just give it to one parent. And if they're gonna give it to everybody who is a parent, they also need to give money so that so the people who try to become a parent can actually be a parent. That's a solution as well. And another solution is that better solution is to have no welfare, but people who are married, women who are single mothers should just get married again, and then you can have a nuclear family again. If you don't have, if you don't have if they don't have the welfare state, then they're more encouraged to become married. And if people care about their people a bit more, right, then if a woman have a kid and that kid is like genetically speaking the same ethnicity as me,
yes,
I
and
could
anyway,
marry her. like me anyway, genetically, so that's a good thing.
And anyway, we the people, we the population, shouldn't be punished for somebody else's mistakes, because that's what it is. It is a punishment for their mistakes.
And if somebody wants to help her, which probably someone will, because a woman who have kids can still get married to another guy. There's no man who would want to marry her. There are a lot of men who would do that, right?
Yeah,
so do that.
Men that she probably rejected before she had that child, but there are certain men that will not care, because they finally they will finally have a woman. And I get them, I understand them, but hopefully I will be never one of them. Because deep down inside, every woman sees that a little bit as a sign of weakness, despite the fact that you are helping her.
Well, it kind of depends on the reasoning you're giving it to it. Because I have one reasoning I basically tend to give, right? If all the people who share my ancestry have my genetics,
that's also thing.
Marry a woman, right? And well, I will not. But if I did, and she had a kid and she's the same ethnicity as me, then the kid has the same genes as me, and she has too, right? It is still in my interest to do so, and if she understands that, she would not see it as a weakness, if that makes sense.
Well, yes, but many women and single mothers, especially, come from pathological families. Many of them.
Yes, because they are state individualists, which is terrible. But I think we should go on with the video.
You will.
We can hem and haw all we like about social progress in the United States, but whether we like it or not, there's still a substantial portion of this country that believes miscegenation is a sin.
I want to know what they back it up with, because they don't really, there's no scriptural reason for that. And if they want to believe that and don't want to do it because they think it's immoral or whatever, how does that harm other people?
Yes, and frankly, even if somebody would believe that, I see that as his will to make an attempt later to just criminalize somebody's freedom of conscience, Well, I'm
I think it's wrong if someone decides to put that into law. That's wrong, right? But I don't like leftism, so I prefer people being able to have their preferences and not put it into law. So therefore, as long as people do things like outside the government, they can do it. They can have that, as long as they don't force it on other people, because that would be too leftist for me. So yeah, that's basically my take on it.
We, generally speaking, just have to wait on the worst elements of society to die, and then we build a better society on the dirt.
And that is to wait for all the people on that side of the left to die, and therefore people like me, not all of them, most of them, and then people like me, people who are decent, could replace their population, and we will have a better society. That's basically what I believe.
Well, but if you want to speed up the process, I suggest every man, especially, to better himself, and yes, be as much of an alpha male as possible, because then you basically will be able to do whatever you want to. Also oppose people like him, because
obviously, yeah, definitely,
because bullies like him and others never will have the guts to stand up to a large, especially number of males that will not be afraid to give him hell.
Exactly. So therefore, I basically encourage people to, and also we should also have big families so that we can, replace the leftist population because they're in decline. The leftists are not breeding enough, which is good. So therefore, we have to do it more to make sure that we have the future are better.
How would you have defended the legitimacy of trans people 20 years ago, before gender dysphoria was a medically recognized condition?
Well, I'll answer that, but I really want to respond to what you just said first. I genuinely don't believe the only way to get people to be okay with trans people is for them to die, and people who don't to die. I genuinely don't think that's the truth, because I see the opposite every single day. I do speaking events to people who come up to me and say, right now you changed my mind. I'm going to be accepting of my trans cousin, my trans son, my trans whatever. I get, the majority of comments I get are from people who live their entire life either, at the least not understanding, and at the worst hating trans people, who are completely converted because they see trans for what it is, which was a medical issue that I took care of and then integrated into society and lived a productive life, paid my taxes, did all that.
But then you create the same problems for others.
As opposed to it being a political stance. And so for me, I've seen the formula of getting people to understand it for what it is and how it really does work. I've seen it. So nothing could convince me that those people just have to die.
This is the definition right now of throwing people under the bus. What you're saying is the only way to rhetorically succeed and to convince the bigots in society, or if you prefer the term uninitiated, is by excluding the people who don't meet the respectability politics standards that you place. You just admitted to me that the reason why you talk about trans issues the way you do is because you don't think there's another way to justify your legitimacy as a trans woman in the eyes of people who aren't, to use a term, woke.
No, that's because she doesn't believe that other people need to justify her. She's justified by herself. He doesn't need to be validated by society because she's not that weak.
Typical collectivist thinking. It is so streaming out of his mouth. I mean, it has to be justified by the society. I mean, individualism for those people doesn't exist. Basically, it's foreign to them. Like
you can have collectivism as long as you have it under capitalism. I mean, like you can have a collectivist organization if they're completely free market. I do like that. That's a good kind of collectivism, and he's doing the bad kind of collectivism.
His collectivism is a totalitarian one and an extreme one.
And that's bad.
On gender theory, but in doing so, you throw other people under the bus. You just admitted that the reason you discount non-binary people, the reason you frame trans through a medical lens, is so you can appeal to people who would otherwise not accept your existence. I would
No, she doesn't. She said that people who would accept her because she explained it to them in a way that makes sense. What the fuck? He's so dumb.
Argue that this process of gaining legitimacy by throwing out the people who don't meet the respectability standards you pose does far more damage in the long term. And it's the same thing that gay, cis people did to you back 40, 50, 60 years ago.
Look, here's the deal. People who are not like me doesn't have to piggyback on my rights in order to get their rights. They can do it besides doing it together with me. I want my rights, I want my property rights. If I don't have it because of my demographic, then I want it. So therefore, the solution is for me to just why the fuck do I have to? If I'm trying to get accepted, why would I have to align myself with other people who are even less accepted in society than I am? That makes no fucking sense. It's so dumb. Oh my god. That's why I say that the left doesn't care about. They don't care about people. They only care about people if they can use it for a tool to help others. Not they don't care about the groups on their own because we rank lower.
Anyway, he never probably thought about it, or he knows that, but he doesn't want to tell the truth. But in any socialist society, there's always also a hierarchy, and there's the underclass or the Dalits of that society, like the people that were born before the war in Poland. The people that were from the higher classes, either way, they have to hide the roots, hide the papers, who they really were, or they'll be persecuted, or maybe even end up in the Soviet Gulag.
Exactly.
And I'm not talking only about the offenders. I'm talking about entire families, because it was the guilt by association, including in almost every place that they found, and every country that they have installed themselves. I mean, it's a part of the plan, social engineering. And I'm sorry, but if you would be even even gay, if he plans his utopia for the LGBT people to be equal in society, and you once were in the diameter or even spoke with a person from the right, if you do something else, they remember that. 10 years later, after the revolution, up in the train, to maybe not to Siberia, but wherever else you would go, because this is the United States. And
yeah.
off you go, you're gone.
Then go to Alaska. That's pretty close to Siberia, actually. But like, it's you're correct. Actually, you are correct. I don't have anything to add. That was good. That was a good reply.
Might have been able to enjoy a much better standard of living from day one if our comrades at Stonewall hadn't thrown trans people under the bus and acceptance had grown more political and more popular back then.
I completely disagree.
So do I.
For me, I think that non-binary people are valid in their own right. But I also think that it's important for them to make their case for their own equality, acceptance, quality of life, without deciding for transsexuals that they are the same thing.
That's actually really true. Like, I don't even believe that I believe transsexualism is valid. I don't believe the non-binary thing is valid, because it doesn't make any sense. You are biologically male or female. Trans is that you have a neurological condition that means that you are wanting to be, that you are like the neurological, like the opposite sex. You cannot be either way, because there's only male body parts or female body parts. There are no others, which means you can only have this neurostructure or this brain for one type of body part, not for anything else. Doesn't make any sense. But if people want to be whatever, people can be whatever. People can call it whatever they want. That's fine. I don't care. Don't have to associate with people who do, right? And also, the reason that people want to be validated by other people, that's kind of weak. Why should I validate that? If people need other people to validate them, then that's their problem, not mine. And I don't want to deal with that. So yeah, but it's just great. It's no need to piggyback on another group of people's right. They have rights. So therefore we have to have it too, right? of course you should like not like what kind of right would you need if you want to pretend that you're not having you have a different gender? You already have the right. What right do you need? Trans people need the right to transition. I mean, needing the right is that they need to not have a law against it, which they have. They can transition now, which is a good thing. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Well, they are by definition. Transgender just means to identify as a gender other than that which you were assigned it. Well, by definition, it is.
Actual.
That's actually the reason why a lot of trannies I'm talking to want to bring back the term transsexual, because to avoid all that trans umbrella stuff, which kind of makes sense to me. I mean, like, yeah, absolutely. If I was trans, I wouldn't want to be associated with that. I would also use that.
I agree that transgender and transsexual refer to different things. I'm actually one of the few people on the left that respect that distinction. There should be a difference in some way between a person who goes through what you have gone through, transitioning, social transition, what have you, or who wants to do so, experiences dysphoria, and somebody who identifies as non-binary but is comfortable with their body.
Yeah, and that's because those other people who are not transsexual are not trans. So, like, that's the reason why transsexual is the only word that you need in the end of the day.
Acknowledge that distinction.
I'll say this. I recently did a episode of Vice News in which there was an LGBT debate, and there's people from all over the LGBT community.
I'm going to respond to that one.
A Republican lesbian, liberal gay, Republican trans, liberal trans. And there was also someone sitting next to me, and people who watched it spotted him. It was a Black man sitting next to me.
We called him the Matrix Man because of his cool glasses.
He did kind of remind me of the Matrix. So that person
he was rude to Blair, by the way.
Was born male, presents as a man, but was trying to insist that he is the same thing as me because he's non-binary and trans.
Yeah, you're both trans.
No.
Okay, and that can be your opinion, but I'll say this. I don't think, imagine if I wasn't on that panel and it was just that person speaking for people like me, this man who identifies as a man, self-portrays as a man, dresses as a man, lives as a man unless he tells you otherwise. That person has wildly different experiences than the transsexual sitting next to him, which was me.
Mm-hmm.
So
you can both.
It couldn't be more different. On a realistic level, that would be, I don't know how you identify, if you're just cis and you're
you can call me big boy, okay? That's how everyone else calls me.
Okay, so
please don't actually end it.
So you are the same thing, big boy, as the Matrix boy that was sitting next to me, right? With the exception of them calling themselves trans and non-binary, you essentially are the same thing. You were born male, you present as male, you dress as male, and you go through the world being perceived by every single person around you as male.
That's good.
So, do you think that you can attest to or effectively speak about transitioning and the plight of being a transsexual and being trans in general to the same effectiveness or even a fraction of the degree that I could? I don't think that you could.
Well,
I am the world as male. I was born male and changed as much as I could and go through the world as female. It's very, very, very different. The same way that Rachel Dolezal couldn't sit next to name any Black celebrity and speak and feel the same way.
I want to leave the Rachel Dolezal thing aside because there's a pretty big difference between the theory behind transgenderism and transracialism. But if we speak exclusively to the paneling there on Vice, we saw that.
I just want to say that I identify Vaush as a evil red cunt, and that's what I think of him.
No, that actually makes sense. But I also want to say hello to Halwendy's Less Fortunate, who also joined us, but is quiet now.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Halwendy.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, Halwendy tends to join a lot of my streams. It's kind of funny though. I like
Yeah,
that.
but I miss twin brother.
But I will mute him a lot of the times because he has some background noises. So, but I hope he can unmute himself. Otherwise, I do it myself when we're shouting. And also, by the way, if you guys want to like add something, just talk or just or you say pause and then I pause the video. We're probably not gonna watch all of it, but still.
Video. I yelled. It was good. Excuse me, goodness. We saw that video, and I would agree with you. I do not believe that the livid experiences of you and a non-binary person like them, Caleb, I believe their name is, wildly different livid experiences, and I believe that you should both have the opportunity to speak in your own advocacy on your own time. The difference is, on Caleb's time, Caleb advocates for the rights of what you would call transsexuals, and on your time, you advocate against the rights of them.
No, she doesn't. She don't care about that.
Have I advocated against in terms of transsexuals?
I mean, you frame transness. Oh no, in terms of transsexuals, you're very much in favor of them. In terms of non-binary people, you stand explicitly against them, saying that they're delusional, that they're not actually trans, that they're overriding the voices of legitimate trans people when they speak.
I don't think I've ever used the word delusional to describe a non-binary person. I simply think it's a different thing. I genuinely don't think I've used that word. I just think it's a separate thing, but the problem is trans people did not decide that trans is an umbrella term. They didn't. People who claim to be non-binary, beyond gender, as Jamie on the panel said, queer, gender non-conforming, they all decided that all of that is to be shoved into the trans label. That was not the decision of actual trans people. The real world effect
that's actually true.
is that those lines get blurred. So you can say that you believe that, you know, we all have our right and possibly duty to advocate for our own interests, you know, separately of each other. But that's not what happens when it's very rare. That Vice panel was actually kind of groundbreaking in the fact that they had a transsexual and a non-binary person both talking about being trans and transness. What usually happens when Vice does these kind of things and other mainstream publications, it will be a bunch of people who identify as non-binary talking about what's in the best interest of trans people.
I'm sorry, but I have not noticed that. I do not feel like non-binary people are speaking over the experiences of trans people. And even if they were, you don't get to decide, you and other transsexuals don't get to decide what fits under the term transgender. Technically, non-binary people fit the bill. I mean, transgender just means to identify as the gender. I'm sorry?
Maybe under transgender, but what I'm trying to get into the habit of, and I slip up occasionally because I don't like conflating the two, is transsexuals and transgender. Transsexuals defined as feeling psychologically or emotionally that you belong to the opposite sex. That is much different than some sort of umbrella. That's kind of a very clear-cut term. And so when you say that you are above gender or you're genderqueer, it's very, very different. But what happens is it all becomes the same thing.
If I may, I
just have to say something. This is kind of important, right? Here's the deal, right? He basically because he used a definition, right? And then he applies everything that fits that very broad definition as the same thing, which is like really dumb. Like it's a useless term, right? Actually, exactly, that's true. There's no such thing as non-binary because all it means is just the only thing they have in common, as I actually wrote it down in a video about it, I'm gonna link that one, is that the only thing they have in common is that they say they are non-binary. That's the only thing they have in common, right? It's like I say I am this and therefore I am this, and that's the only thing it encompasses. It's straight up, right? And that means nothing. It means nothing, right? And like you say, trans mean you don't identify. No, trans come from the Latin term trans means the other side. And if you go from one side to the other, you are transitioning and therefore you're transsexual. Like, if you want to say, broaden it, don't make sense. You become a useless.
What you want to say is that non-binaries exist as much as all other jillion of genders in the galaxy that they have made up.
Well, it doesn't exist in reality. It exists as an idea.
That's my point. They don't exist in reality. Just like I don't know because I how to describe that. I know that there is, according to all that gender ideology, that there is also a gender that doesn't exist yet and haven't been born, and I'm not making this up. That's what they also claim. So you know, basically, you can make up even few more genders.
Oh yeah,
I
like
for
the video
sure.
Russell Dawn did. She basically someone on her Facebook identified as Jupiter. I need to find the video.
Oh really? Then may I identify myself then as Ron Jeremy's penis?
Like, I love the Some Black guy, the YouTuber Tom Black. He basically said, "Fuck this, I'm trans financial. I identify as rich. No one needs to be able to buy things that I don't have access to." Now I'm gonna link the Rose Dawn video here. So yeah, this is in the chat now. But it's like, no, it doesn't exist because like you use terms to define things you see in reality, right? You don't invent reality around the words. This backwards don't make any fucking sense. That makes zero. But even little bit of truth comes from Howard. I guess that's the reason why you can do that. I don't fucking know. It's dumb as dirt anyway.
Okay, I will say that now, but I have clicked on the link that you have posted. What the fuck is that? I mean, this guy.
Oh, that video, that's like a transsexual.
I know. I was just making fun, but I mean, another genetic mutation after a nuclear test. Sorry, but I identify this thing as a genetic mutation after a nuclear test.
I mean, like, when it comes to like identity, it's like, here's the deal. When I identify another person or a thing as something, right? I identify it based on like knowledge I have, right? And how I identify others is just as well as how they identify themselves.
I know.
So like how I live this basically just means I usually have more knowledge about who I am. But the words I'm using to describe what I am, it's not, it's not more valid than other people if they have access to the same knowledge. Like, that's just reality.
But anyway, I see a pattern now here that those transgenders that actually have transitioned to be the most accurate. I mean, in a way, because Blair, if she wouldn't tell me that she was earlier a guy, I wouldn't believe her. I mean, no, I wouldn't even. It wouldn't occur to me that she was a man back in the days. But,
oh yeah, that's so true. That's actually very common. A lot of transsexuals.
But this transsexual here that I see in your in the video I posted in the link, immediately this face tells me, okay, hello, sir. I mean,
she haven't done as much as Blair because she transitioned. She haven't been trans for as long as Blair have been, I believe, or she started like more recently, right? But not that recently. But she's like working on it. So she's probably gonna pass a lot better in the future.
But to tell you the truth, not everybody can, and probably most of them cannot, and no wonder why they're that pissed off. I get it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And frankly, if I would ever have those tendencies, I know I'm not, but I will be probably the ugliest woman you would ever see if I would transition ever, and I mean that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. But we can fly. We can do that with airplanes now, which is kind of cool. Because, like, that's the thing you can do. Like, I can also think something that's not true is true. This doesn't really make much sense to it. It's very productive.
Anyway,
I have a slight problem with this rhetorically.
One second. Just
Did you say something?
Yes, I said there was a guy that identified himself as trans Korean not so long ago.
Oh my god, I have seen that one. He basically said his pronouns were they, them, Korean, Jimin, which is like Jimin is like a person. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's insane. That makes no sense.
Well,
and these people who basically, you are what you say you are, right? They can't dismiss that. Like we can, because Yeah, that's
What-
actually kind of interesting because like you
Whatever.
can become a boy
The
regardless.
Korean immigration office or would crush his dreams very easily.
Yeah, why would they want to have him? It seems crazy. I was like, no, fuck that. The Korean, he's even called Only London. If he should change his name to Jimin Seoul, then at least he would make some effort. But like, what the fuck? And also, like the eye he did. He just make his eye look more masculine. That's the only thing he did. Oh lord! I'm not gonna watch all this video. Just like I'm to his shirt here.
Once. And what happens is the real life ramifications of that is that in the eyes of people who at best don't understand or at worst hate trans people, it's all the same thing and no one knows what to do with it. When in reality, I don't think it's that hard to understand me saying to someone, hi, I'm trans. That means that I was born male, but I'm much more comfortable presenting this way, and that's fine. I think anyone can understand that.
The problem that I have with this, and I understand what you're saying, the problem that I have broadly is that you're lying to me right now. You have said that non-binary people don't exist or that they are delusional. And what you're telling me right now is that you oppose their presence under the trans umbrella. Because
the party assumed you were lying, despite the evidence that you are not.
Exactly.
He tends to just cut her off while she's talking. She hasn't even been able to make a point because he just like, well, I want to say this. Well, I want to say that. Well, I want you to be quiet.
Wait.
Of course he does. Vaush basically is a kami, so according to them, party knows the best.
Yeah, he literally believes truths come from power, which makes no fucking sense. That's why he uses language to define reality rather than the other way around. He's that fucking dumb. Holy moly, that's dangerously stupid. He's so stupid that he's evil because he basically builds his being evil.
Okay, a little blast from history. Soviet communists have the largest country in the world with the largest amount of resources, land, even land to farm. Well, you name it, and still they failed. That's how dumb they were. They basically, but I admit they were able to destroy. They were the best at that. They destroy a lake that is the size of Lithuania. I mean, almost evaporated now.
Yeah. And they basically almost exterminated the East Prussian Germans, who basically don't exist in the world anymore.
Well, of course, there were lots of nations that were gone almost extinct because of them. Because everybody will be equal. Yes.
Like if you remember the Kazakhs, there were so many of them were murdered they died during the collectivization process, and the Holodomor. Like if they want to be always judge things based on its outcomes, then the Soviet Union was actually kind of racist, even though they were the original anti-racists, which is proof that the anti-racists are just racist with extra step.
Of course, they were racist. The nationality or ethnicity that you are born into determine your future in that empire. You could end this university or that. You could be the bravest and the brightest in that country, and still, why do you think so many Soviet Jews emigrated if they could, if they could get away from there? I mean,
yeah, that's so true because that's why so many people of Eastern Europe fled to Israel. And now I will link a video, right? Because I debate this is a video, right? And in the end of the video, I'm debating a cross-dressing socialist. It's really fucking funny, right? And basically, what happens is that this is so funny, right? What happens is that he basically ends up he basically interrupts me over and over again before I finish my point, and then he basically and then he argues against points that I'm not even making. They always do this. He's doing it in this stream, by the way, as well. I didn't argue against him, another guy who actually looks a little bit similar, which is kind of funny, but no really surprising thing about it.
because they speak over you, in the same breath that you say that alienating them is the only way to capitulate to the expectations of a right-leaning audience. I don't think you have a strong ideological basis for opposing their legitimacy. I think you're lying to justify an excuse to throw them under the bus to make yourself seem more palatable to a Republican audience.
That's projection. He literally admitted that he wants to lie to people for political gain. He had literally said it live. He doesn't care about principles or about being truthful. So this is projection all the way.
Of course, he knows that he lied so much, and he's just projecting everything.
Oh yeah, it's so true. They always do that. It's fucking crazy.
No, I've definitely have never said non-binary people do not exist. I think that would be kind of stupid. Those people, there are people that exist, and those people occasionally call themselves non-binary. Those people exist. My argument is that it's not the same thing as me, and I feel as though I have, you know, an allegiance to people like me and people suffering. And I could get honestly very emotional thinking about when I go out and do these speaking events and I talk to trans people and I talk to people who are having a very, very hard time. And I would rather advocate for them than for a group of people that have in the last few years decided that they're the same thing as me when their lives are 110% different.
See, do you hear your language right now? This is the language of exclusionary politics.
You need exclusive. Why the fuck? I can't think. If I want rights, if I want to be treated, if I want to be seen with respect, right, then I will only want to do that with people who are like me. I don't want to include people who are not like me, because then I will not get acceptance. What the fuck? This makes no fuck. Why would I want to include people who are different than me when I'm going to argue for my own rights? Like, I'm not trans, but then I call for me, right? And that's what she's doing now, right? I basically would do the same thing all the time. Because it's just logic to do that. I think I'm going to end the stream when I reach her sleeve, something like that. Because I don't want to watch all of it. It's too long. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do.
Nobody's asking you to go out there and be a representative defending non-binary people. They're asking
you ask her that. Oh my god.
Yes, nobody but him.
Yeah, and they do it all the time. They say, "Oh, we know best." Like, you need to ask her. You need to be included. Like, she's like, "No." They're like, "Oh my god, you're erasing them." She's like, "No, I'm just not including you. I don't need to include people to not erase someone. What the fuck? That makes no sense." Like, you can be neutral. You can be, like, let's abstain. It doesn't mean you take an action. You cannot have an action. Do these people know this? No way, because they have inaction is the same as reverse action, because they don't understand like basic, like, you know, physics.
asking you to stop shitting on them, which you do.
No, if non-binary people, genderqueer people, beyond gender people, when they decide they're the same thing as me, and then I'm
they say, well, they're both trans. They're not saying they're transsexual, really. But they are trans by definition.
Why does he think? Oh, but definition. Like these fucking dictionary fetishists, I fucking hate them. All people that use politics, they basically use definitions and dictionaries as a religious person quotes the Bible and the Quran.
Well, according to the definition, then North Korea should be a democratic republic, like any other Western place, but it's only name.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's like, those people know that the dictionary doesn't define anything. Definitions are useless. People define the word.
What you get.
When you use the word, you define the word, right? And if you use the word in a way that is inconsistent, you don't understand what you're talking about. She understands what she's talking about. He doesn't.
That's what you get from a bookworm that only have read so many books and think that he knows all of it, because to him experience doesn't matter. You see him lecturing her about things that she experienced firsthand, that she was more in the terrain and is in that stuff far longer than he will ever be. But yet his attitude, he knows fucking better. That's basically him. That's basically also the socialist attitude. They know everything better and know all about you and everybody else. This is this overreaching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You have a point there.
Okay, but when these people claim that they are the exact same thing as me, then when I go out,
they don't though. They're trans by definition. They're not. I have never seen a non-binary
By his useless definition, does not make any sense. That he deifies, but not by her definition, which is more logical.
person say they have the same experiences as somebody like you who experiences gender dysphoria.
I know, and they'll honestly, quite often they will be quick to say we don't have the exact same experiences, and that's fine. But the problem is when they decide, maybe loosely, that they're the same thing as me and that we're all under the T in LGBT. Then when I go to these speaking events and I go and I speak on behalf of the T, not speaking for them as a representative, but in regards to trying to kind of get people to understand it more, then then I am speaking on behalf of them as well. And that becomes a problem because, like you have admitted and like I have stated, it's very, very, very different.
The problem is, by engaging your trans medicalist perspective on trans issues, you are ostracizing them. What you're saying is that the only way that gender non-conforming people can buy legitimacy in the
Yeah, trans medicalism is the idea that you need to transition to be trans, medically transition to be trans.
I would assume that's what trans is. You're transitioning from one gender to another. The fuck?
Otherwise, it makes no fucking sense because, like, well, technically you can say if you don't have if you can't afford transition, right, and you still want to like be treated like the gender you want to transition to, then you can technically socially transition before. Like, I'm fine. That's fine, but like. Yeah,
it's one thing to socially transition. It's another thing to have a full beard, be wearing men's clothing, and be like, "Oh, I'm a woman. I'm going to the women's bathroom. Sorry about it." That's no.
Right. And to him, that's like, oh, they used to have no. They used to like what? No, that makes trans look bad. Like, even though those people are not trans.
Exactly. They wake up like, oh, this morning I woke up and I decided I'm a woman today. My gender is fluid. It decides what's going to happen from day to day. Today I feel half woman and 80% man. Oh, now I'm a woman now. It's like, no, it's not how it works. You are what you are.
Mm-hmm. And how people identify themselves is just as valid as how they're identified by other people.
Public space is through the recommendation of a doctor, or that medical theory or something being wrong with the brain is the only way to explain trans or non-binary people, when the
only trans people.
Reality, frankly, is much simpler. The gender is a spook. It doesn't exist for us. It's a vestigial fuck about, some bit of society that doesn't really need to be around. And so
no, like the only language distinguishing sex and gender is the English language, which is that you can transition to the opposite gender and not the opposite sex. And if you remove that, you just remove the term used to explain how transitioning works, and then you have to explain it in a way that works in any other language. That's literally all it is. Like, he's so dumb. Oh my god. You know what? This is actually interesting that goes on here, right? That's interesting. Oh my god. It should be that's the case, right? Oh, that's so true. This is so true. Like, gay marriage is such a good thing to do. Like, it's actually really great. It's like male liberation. It's like great, perfect.
Sometimes that vestigial system hurts people. It hurt you, and it continues to hurt you, and it hurts non-binary people too. And
no, it doesn't. It just, these people are being stupid enough to like be offended. No, that makes no fucking sense.
You could advocate for your own rights without throwing them under the bus, as you do by promoting trans medicalism, by speaking of them in a way which denotes illegitimacy. But you don't. And I know why. Because I know the kind of people who watch you. They like you, obviously. I mean, you're well loved, but they're also conservatives. And conservatives are not woke.
Wrong. That's crazy.
No, conservatives are not woke because they're not communists. Woke means communist, to be honest. I'm not going to euphemize this. The thing you mentioned about racial quotas in the Soviet Union, right? It's actually just what the left's doing now in the West or in Africa, right? Because they're like, it's the same as communism. These are unequal, it means this communism makes them equal, which is so equal.
But by the way, have you not noticed them using the word reactionary to everybody that oppose them now? You know, I got the stories of how people that basically want to show communists that they disagree with them or protests were also called numerous times reactionaries. Those are experiences of my aunts, uncles, my grandparents, my neighbors that I know. Everybody told me those stories, but it's a reactionary. If you oppose them, you are reactionary, and it may end bad for you. You didn't want to learn Russian, you are reactionary. Because you could only learn Russian back in those days. No other language. Unless you are in the party, by the way. Unless you're in the Communist Party.
Oh, of course. This so oppressive, like this is what the French do to other languages listed in the past. Yeah, exactly. You have a good point.
If you
That is the biggest
like to learn English, holy shit. Big mistake. English is was the language of the Americans, of course, and the British, but especially because of the Americans, it means the enemy. So what do you want to do? Leave the country and betray for the enemy? That could be the first questions you would get. And Vaush, and you can see now Vaush, he's like investigating her basically with everything he's saying. She just doesn't know it yet. Maybe she feels it, but I can see in every of his question, every explanation, he's investigating her now. If he could, he would beat her with a baton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
Perception about my audience, the biggest.
You don't think you have a conservative audience?
I think I have an incredibly politically diverse audience. I think I have a huge liberal audience. I think that it's almost 50-50. So I think that there is often this conversation of the people who watch Blair are all conservatives and they're kind of older white men. And like, if you have ever been to one of my meetups or one of my speaking events, or even just look at people who comment on my Instagram, it is literally the exact opposite. It's mostly teenagers and young adults. 25 is like the max. I have under 25 audience, and it is a lot of LGBT people, almost mostly LGBT people, and it is a lot. It's not even.
You're lying to me again.
No,
you exist. I'm sorry, you exist in the conservative space online. You're not as far right as somebody like Crowder or Ben Shapiro. That's unquestionable.
No, but
you said yourself that you exist for these audiences, and your
I have to say that now.
speaks for itself. Your YouTube videos clearly.
What you say?
I have to tell you that everybody that was on the right or not even on their side in the communist times were also called fascists, reactionary fascists, but basically Nazis and fascists. Now it have a little bit changed. They call them the far right. Basically, I'm sure that one day Tim Pool will be on the far right sooner or later. I promise you that.
Oh yeah. I like this, like all these laws protect only women, which is true, which is really bad. But now anybody's just a woman. So yeah, just men can just up that feminine anatomy. Yeah, we can just identify as women and have all human rights. It's fucking amazing. I think people should do it en masse. Just like
I promise you, what I'm saying. Oh my, shoe on head will be far right sooner or later. I promise you that.
That's gonna be funny. We're gonna enjoy watching that ship go down. Oh my god.
By the way, message me if you're going to notice that or see that. I want to be there. I also want to see ContraPoints and the amazing atheist TJ Kirk being accused of being far right. I know it will happen.
That already happened to ContraPoints. Contra was called. They called it right wing. So she pissed off them at one point. It was fucking hilarious. I was like, wait, what? Okay, that makes sense why they will call me far right then, I suppose.
I mean, I take it as a compliment from people like him. Anyway, I'm Polish, so the accusation would be flying immediately, almost. So I don't care.
Yeah. To be fair, I've seen a lot of people who are a little bit. I've seen, unfortunately, on the news, I've seen leftists coming out of Poland. I'm so sad for you that you also have them.
Well, they were always there, but
True.
you don't have to be, because they are powerless here.
That's good that they are, but I basically say this, right? There are people on the side of good and people on the side of evil of all races. So therefore, of all peoples, you're going to find good people and bad people. It's just make sure that we prioritize the good one and let the bad one go away.
You know, because as you can see, we are a right-wing dictatorship that allows leftist political marches on our streets. I mean, this is the reality, basically. I mean, we are not even a dictatorship, but that's what it is. They in the media are going to hear Poland is a right-wing dictatorship, yet there are even court cases where the leftists are winning with the people on the right, if they're going to prove that they have been wronged. So yes, we are a one-party dictatorship according to the media.
Yeah, but the media always lies because, like, it's so funny because they basically said, "Oh, this one were protesting in favor of abortion, and some other people protested against it." And then some guys, Antifa, went in to defend the woman protesting in favor of abortion. I'm like, you do realize that the men who defend women abortion are basically the epicenter of winning the Darwin Award. Like,
I guess
it's so fucking dumb. It's like, it's actually kind of funny because this is true. Anybody who thinks Team Crowd far right in the reality check, because if they are far right and I'm to the right of them, then I'm would be a far. I'm beyond, right? If that makes sense.
Pander to a reactionary audience, and
no,
I get
not tell me that you know my audience better than I know my audience. I'm sorry.
Well, wait. But I can't let you lie to me. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you I know it better than you. You're right. You do know it better than me. You're just.
I know my audience. I know who watches me.
Cannot believe it. He acknowledged that. I mean, I'm shocked. He acknowledged that. Actually, he understood.
That's fucking insane. The fact that he's literally telling her what her own what she's seen with her own eyes. Like, oh no, the people that you've seen, that's not real. It was all 50-year-old white men.
Yeah, but even if he were to be right hypothetically, which he isn't, but even if he would be right, she still wouldn't be lying. She would just be wrong, right? She isn't, right? But even if that was the case, she would just, her knowledge would just be not on par. But
okay, communists, every single one of them. They are religious fanatics, so of course they will tell you that they see something else than what they would even see. I mean, even the communists that have traveled to the Soviet Union seen the gulags for themselves when they were that trusted by the communists in the Soviet Union. They don't believe that those gulags were there. It was something else.
Right, that's actually kind of interesting. It's scary as well, I might add. But it's like, but how can he know the audience of her? Like, Terrence can be very diverse. Like, I don't even know the political affiliation of my own audience, because how the fuck do you know that? Especially if you have a big one. If I have a small one, then holy fuck, I only have 6 people watching at the moment, right? So like, how the fuck could I know that? It's impossible.
And in fact, I did an Instagram post just a few weeks ago, and I asked people to comment, what do you politically identify as? There was no majority of conservatives, not even close.
I don't particularly care how people self-identify. You're
what? Okay, I want to know.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care, but yet he was so into it, describing and knowing, actually, not so long ago.
Wait a second, if he doesn't care how people self-identify, then how the fuck can he justify people being allegedly non-binary? Because it's only about how people self-identify. Oh my god, that makes no fucking sense! So dumb! Oh my god.
Not so long ago, he basically was actually obsessed with the identity of the non-binaries. But he doesn't care.
He's so contradictory. Oh my god! Like, if you identify as like, oh, all these people are conservative. Okay, it's conservative people to the right of you. Yeah, well, of course, and basically everybody's conservative, I suppose. But like, I identify as a fusionist because I'm to the right of the conservatives. I mean, right here. The camera flips it. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And also, if they self-identify on a poll, how the fuck can he know that they would be different in reality? How does he have more knowledge about the most of our audience? Then how did he know that? Did he talk to all of them? Aren't there like there are like hundreds of thousands of them?
A Republican and a conservative, and it shows in the rhetoric you use, the way you title your videos, the content you decide to cover, and the people who show up defending you. I don't know why you're hiding from this. It's fine to be a conservative.
But she still identifies as a Republican rather than a conservative, which makes sense, actually. And I defend her, so technically that's correct because I will defend her, right? But if people on the left want to defend... If the left doesn't defend her, that means all viewers are conservatives. That's kind of dumb, to be honest. But hey, I didn't expect much else.
It really is just not true. And I don't know, maybe I could like log into my YouTube right now and look at all my analytics. It just really isn't true. If you've ever been to a meetup of mine, it couldn't be more politically, racially, and gender diverse. It just couldn't be. I really can't like sit here and really like be convinced by you that all my audience are Republicans and conservatives. Do I exist? Have I done a lot of right-wing media? Have I done interviews on right-wing channels? Yes.
The only ones who
absolutely
have their own.
Does that mean the majority of my fans are of that? Honestly, no, because I came up doing videos about gender and sexuality. I came up doing videos about my life. I have a vlog channel where I don't talk about politics at all. I can't let you just insist that my fans are all Republican and conservative. It's not a thing.
I mean, do we really want to go over this? Because you denying that you cater to a conservative audience is absurd as me pretending I cater to a left-leaning audience, you know?
Okay, well,
it's kind of fun that he means that he's catering to an audience rather than to just speak his mind and an audience wants to form around it. That's what she's doing. It's all projected. Oh my god. It's fucking hilarious to see that.
I mean, if I only could tell that right in his face, no, you don't cater, you grift from the left-wing audience. Too bad I cannot say that right in his face.
That's so true.
Well, if we're talking about catering, do I have Republican views? Absolutely. Do I have some right-wing views? Absolutely. But if you watch my videos beyond titles and
reading
the sort of caricature of me online, my videos are actually all pretty nuanced.
No, yeah, I agree. You do clickbait titles, which I do too. I'm not sure. I get it.
Yeah. I do the complete opposite because I want normies to not be scared from this channel. So I basically try to title my videos like ambiguous things so that they wouldn't be too iffy for a lot of people who might be new or people who just like enjoy the gaming content.
Where you have to. That's called
yeah. No, I've watched your actual videos. They're never as conservative as the titles might suggest.
Exactly. But I'm glad you said that though, because if it was that I was this hardline conservative Republican, then I would have that audience. But in reality, it's not the case. I mean, we think, and even if you think about the right-wing media I've done a lot of right-wing media where I go on and I challenge the person. My first episode on Louder with Crowder, who's very staunchly Republican, very staunchly conservative, was me going on because I had an issue with him because he was conflating cross-dressers and trans people.
Okay, well, we can go down if you want. I mean, if you want to...
Vosh is also doing that same thing, actually.
Talk about, like, appealing to the more conservative side of gender issues. Are you a feminist?
God, no.
I don't label myself feminist, no.
Do you believe that, how do you feel about putting kids on hormone blockers?
Oh God, it's going to be a doozy.
I'm generally
against it. It's going to be a doozy.
Okay. How do you feel about how many genders there are?
But here,
wait. But how many genders do you think there are?
There are two. What you say?
I mean, prepare for the nuclear detonation now.
Yeah, guys, I might go to the bathroom, so therefore you might just have to like sit through to the flame. So if I disappear, that's why, right? Just so you know.
I think that there are two genders, there are two sexes, but I really want to respond to what the topic you just brought up was hormone blockers. There's also a very big misconception that it's like this conservative belief that kids shouldn't be on hormone blockers. You don't know how many like people from all over the political spectrum, even apolitical people, who have an issue with that and watch my videos about kids on hormone blockers and hormones, etc., and have an issue with it. And how many like trans people I know in real life, and how many trans people I know in real life who are maybe apolitical or even not conservative that have an issue with it.
It's conservative. It's mostly propagated by conservative channels. The only people who speak disparagingly of hormone blockers for children are channels like Crowder's or Tim Pool's or Ben Shapiro's or James Allsup's. It's always right-leaning people who say that transness is a mental illness and that if you put your kid on hormone blockers, it will force them to be trans and then they will kill themselves.
Remember when I said I'm basically going to call everybody to his right as conservatives, or people who disagree with conservatives? Yeah. Proof is in the pudding. That's exactly what he said he would.
It's definitely a very popular stance in the conservative arena. But what I'm trying to say is that it's one of those things also that I think a lot of people see the nuance in, and that not everyone who thinks that that is bad or worth taking a second look at is conservative. And that's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
I've always thought
the hormone blockers thing is pretty dumb. The opposition to it is pretty stupid and conservative. By the way, I've been just linked to this. Here's a link of your YouTube channel in a broad cross-sectional analysis that shows where you exist relative to other political YouTubers, and you are firmly right. Most of your content links around with other right-leaning considered channels. There are a couple.
She never disputed that fact. She said our audience wasn't all that way, which is true. You watch the live and you will see the reaction she gets from it.
Wow.
It's not logic to follow.
In terms of collabs, because I've seen collab graphs.
In terms of the people who watch your shit, where they come from and where they go next. I've linked it to you. The only left-leaning channel I see on here that is related to yours is, funnily enough, ContraPoints. And she seems to watch quite a bit of your content, given how she orients some of her characterizations.
No, really, because the ContraPoint characterization is not based on individuals; it's based on archetypes of people, which includes what other people fall into, and of course Blair too. But it's not about Blair characters. That's just not true.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I still know my audience, and I know that I have a lot of people who are not conservative who watch me.
Well, I'm looking at your audience right now using data rather than anecdotes, and it's very clearly conservative leaning.
Okay, but you're just looking at people who view the videos and recommended oftentimes will be videos from conservative commentators. I don't think that means everyone who watches me is conservative or agrees with me. You'd be surprised how many people comment on my channel. I agree with nothing but you said, but I find you entertaining. Those people are not conservatives. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's that important to the conversation.
I think that's the reason my ContraPoints is related to her on that scale. It's because she also have a lot of people disagree with her that watch it because they find it entertaining, and I can't see why entertaining actually.
Anyway, I have watched lots of Vaush videos back in days. So according to Vaush, that makes me a left-wing woke communist.
Apparently, I know I had no other reason to explain it.
He doesn't. It's his logic, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
where all my audience leans to. I'd rather talk about my own.
No, that's fair. I mean, I don't really care. They're like, I probably have a pretty large Nazi audience just because I argue against Nazis so often. They like hate follow me, you know. So maybe if that showed up in the data, it'd be like, I have a link to Eric Stryker, and people be like, what the fuck? But you're solidly located in the right-leaning section with almost all of your views coming from and going to other distinctly conservative channels. That's
Yeah, but that doesn't mean her audience is all like that. Oh my god, how dumb is that guy? Jesus Christ.
Anyway, I'll admit one thing. I didn't hate follow him. I mock follow him.
That's how most people do it, to be honest. Because he's so dumb.
That's how the YouTube pipeline works. Like, it's just a fact of orienting yourself in that space.
Okay, well, perhaps it is, but at the end of the day, I just know that my audience is very diverse, and especially if you probably were to compare it to a Louder with Crowder or
Crowder's a fascist. Fuck him and fuck everyone who watches him.
A Dave Rubin or any of those channels. I think that out of those, I probably have the most politically diverse audience.
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair.
Our actual beliefs, honestly.
Crowder is a low bar, though. He's like an actual fucking fascist. Didn't you dunk on him in your channel recently? I didn't have time to watch the video myself, but
I gave a bit of a nuanced analysis of how I thought that some of his jokes and bagging on LGBT issues all the time were less than genuine and were unfunny, for sure.
No, I agree with her there.
And haven't been on his channel in a really long time, but yeah, that was the thing.
Can I want to talk more about the hormone blockers thing. This is pretty much a settled argument in the scientific space. I actually have the data together on a sheet. Like the putting kids on hormone blockers thing, like this is 100% a non-issue. But it's been blown up into a big issue by a lot of conservative channels, Crowder being the most egregious example. And one of the ways he's able to do this is through the lens of trans medicalization that you use.
Yeah, science has settled that medicalization is what makes you trans.
Anyway, a few questions I would like to ask about those studies, those scientific studies.
Can you do it? Can you do it when I go to the bathroom?
Okay, I can, but I want to ask those questions. Where did those scientists get the funds? Where, it's who founded those studies and who paid them? That's another thing. What were those scientists' political views? Because scientists are also people, and they also can be corrupted by the political biases and views. I mean, there are scientists that are also religious. That they maybe just will not admit that. Another thing, scientists back in the 50s and probably the 60s claimed that tobacco is not unhealthy. No, that smoking will not damage your health severely if you're going to do it for years. Basically, why? Because the corporations pay them for that. Also, not so long ago, Dr. Fauci, we all remember how he flipped on the masks and on the vaccines a few times. Also, he was so upset and insecure that people have criticized him that he wanted to equalize, according to the law, hate speech with criticizing him. Yes, or even name-calling him. Why should I believe every scientist just because he's a scientist? Excuse me, I don't know that. I want to know where did they get the money from for those studies, who found them, and I would like to read all about who those scientists were. I mean, speaking of another group of people, for example, engineers. The guy that built the Saturn V rocket, Werner von Braun. This guy was once a true and literal Nazi. I'm not exaggerating. He experimented on people, yes, on the Jews there, before he gone to America and built that rocket. It doesn't disqualify his talent, his engineering talent, of course, but Like I mean, scientists today are treated like some modern type of priests, of preachers, of like prophets. Sometimes, like it's getting annoying because whatever they fart out of their mouths, I should take as a gospel, as a truth that I even sometimes shouldn't discuss with. I mean, how many times did we hear about the global warming and we're going to not have ice caps this or that year? I mean, they should vanish in 2013. Oh, Al Gore was the guy basically that get Nobel Peace Prize for that nonsense. We have still the ice caps. Give me a break about scientific studies and and me that I should completely believe in them just because this or that scientist. Also, science evolves. There will be additional studies, and a few years later, it may be that actually those hormone blockers may be even worse than we think, and cause even something more. The effects of the atomic bombings also we're not allowed to discuss and not allowed to talk the truth about it. So I'm sure a few scientists that were corrupt and paid for by the American government weren't allowed to publish them or had to lie. But of course, trust the scientist in every single thing. No matter what will they say. Oh yeah, I forgot. The media recently want us to forgo our critical thinking and actually discredit it because it slows progress. I hear that somewhere before, especially from power-hungry tyrants and or people that are aspiring to that kind of a power.
I have returned now.
Good, because I basically finished now my
perfect. Then we can move on.
About
he's talking about.
No, yeah, I watched you on the phone when I was in the bathroom, so it's fine.
Oh, fine.
I hear it.
About how if you go on hormones, you're gambling because it increases the likelihood of you transitioning, and if you do, you've got a 20 times higher rate of suicide. So if you put your kids on hormone blockers, you're basically consigning them to a coin flip of whether or not they're going to kill themselves. And that rhetoric, that language, is entirely compatible with your perspective on transness. That it's essentially a mental illness that gets corrected medically.
Well, first of all, I take a bit of an issue saying that my views align with Crowder's on trans people. I take a lot of issue with a lot of the way Crowder talks about trans people. I think that the way he talks about it is, I saw a tweet of his yesterday, was something about, what did he say? He said something about men cutting their dicks off and calling themselves women. It's like, I think often
he does all the fucking
the way
time.
he talks about it is very, very simple. It lacks the nuance and the intellect sometimes that I think the trans topic deserves. So I really take issue with that, especially because
think that just lacks nuance, calling them mentally ill people who just cut off their dicks? You think that's just a little nuance?
Not just, but it does lack nuance.
Really, 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 really douchey. And I think it really reduces the topic to just inflammatory tweets in the sake of likes. And that's actually what I've said about Crowder, is that he doesn't actually feel that way in real life. And that's the case with a lot of the commentators. It's the machine where you're constantly pumping out content, especially on Twitter, which is why I don't even really use Twitter anymore. I think last time I tweeted beyond a reply tweet was like in May, because I don't like the expectation to just reinforce biases and say things for life. And that's what Twitter encourages. So
this is so true. A lot of politicians, some religious people, and other political people, they basically don't even believe what they own say, because if you really believe in Marxism, you will see that women have a privilege when it comes to reproduction. You want to address that through economic violence, but you want to that's horrific, which I agree with, right? That's why I don't seem to believe what they fucking claim they believe. And those people who want to legislate Christianity, they take the reverse path both ways because they don't believe in what they fucking say they believe, right? And if they don't believe what they claim they believe, and they don't hold the morality they claim to hold, then why the fuck should I have forced to obey by their fucking morality, even they don't even believe it themselves? that basically makes sense to me.
So no, it's not just lacking nuance. I think that he is oftentimes really, really douchey about trans people.
That's true.
What was I going to say? And that's exemplified by my first ever appearance on the show, which was me challenging him because we had Twitter beef over it. So, but I forget where we were at.
Well, the problem is that while you two may have different views on trans issues, and you do, like unquestionably, the problem is
the fact that trans people deserve respect, and he thinks it's the opposite. That's a really big distinction.
But the problem, it is a distinction. Well, I mean, you don't advocate for respect for.
It's the difference between treating someone with respect and like a person and not. Like that's kind of the biggest distinction you could make.
I mean, I agree that it's a distinction. The problem is you only advocate for respect for a very small slice of the trans pie. So plenty of people could advocate the exact same thing against you.
No, it's a difference between crowd who's arguing in favor of who's arguing against treating people, who's being bigoted and rude. She's not being. She's abstained from arguing in favor of other people. That's not the same as arguing against other people. Like, what the fuck have I done missing? Well, it's like when the leftists say, if you're not consciously anti-racist, you are racist. It's the same thing. They basically do this all the time. It's fucking stupid.
Non-binary people.
I don't think so.
Well, they would. You literally denied their legitimacy and denied their existence under the trans umbrella. They would have every bit the same right to make that claim against you. That you threw them under the bus the same way Crowder will do with you.
Okay, well, it really is my belief that trans shouldn't be an all-encompassing umbrella, and that's just how I feel because, like I said, I've seen what it takes to have a person understand trans people and be okay with them. And
that's actually why I believe, how is she saying these people shouldn't? She's like, how is denying someone's membership under the trans umbrella somehow even remotely comparable to saying that trans women use men who cut up their dicks? What? It's not even no sense at all. One is opinion, and another one is just rude explanation of things in a very unnuanced and inflammatory way for fun. What? This makes no fucking sense. Oh my god. People are so dumb. Not her, of course, but he is. Watches, because a lot of people when I say he. I don't want people to think that I'm brutally misgendering Blair, but he, because I'm not.
I'm telling you right now, there's a way to get people to understand and be okay with trans people, and it's not by introducing yourself as Jamie did in that video.
So is it what you believe, or is it what you say you believe to appeal to a conservative audience? Because those are very different things.
It's both. It's what I really believe, and it's because I know that that's what it takes. It's what I really believe. There's a difference between. Let's just bring it down to this level.
Vaush basically think he should be able to lie to people to get them to agree with him. So how the fuck can he dismiss that she's successfully making other people more accepting of transsexuals? That's just, if that's her goal, then what does it matter? How can he make a moral high ground? It doesn't make any fucking sense. His consistency doesn't apply, I suppose.
Do you think it's a coincidence that your belief on this is exactly the same belief?
Mm-hmm. He maybe just is a little bit also jealous of her that his methods actually are useless and only are failing basically, and creating more right-wing extreme conservatives than Blair would ever be. Let's face it. Even communists between themselves were extremely jealous of themselves. They will never accept that fact, but Vaush basically is displaying all those kind of personality traits that I can apply to the leader of the general secretary of the Communist Party. This guy was the most jealous of all of them, and he's watching his back constantly because he didn't trust his comrades. He thought that everybody else wanted to take his place. Of course, Vaush is making a lot of claims and assuming, because people like him were always extremely paranoid. Why do you think Stalin was the way he was? He was constantly afraid of everybody around him. Because he knew in what kind of a company he was. So he just out scam the entire scam that was around him. That's all. And you cannot please Vaush. Sorry, you cannot please this guy, because he will always find some kind of a flaw in you, and only the fact that conservatives like her, even if she would probably convert Crowder to leftism, would be not enough.
True that. You are correct, not Vaush.
If you were just trying to appease an audience, regardless of what you actually did believe.
No, and that's actually my biggest pet peeve in YouTube politics and in this sphere, is that everyone thinks that everyone's saying everything just to appease to a person and pandering, rather than the shocking idea that maybe that's what they actually think. Because trust me, I call out people all the time for saying things they don't actually believe. Right-wing commentators mostly. It's the truth.
No, wait, no. I don't disagree on that. My problem is again that this could be said exactly the same about you. That is entirely possible. There are plenty of contentious opinions I have. My gender abolitionism sometimes put me up against like very left-leaning trans people. But in spite of the fact that I have ideological differences with how some idpol stuff works in the far left, I advocate tirelessly through everyone who is harmed by gender standards. The gender standards that hurt you, the gender standards that hurt non-binary people.
Anybody who are against gender standards being harmful should argue against the feminist laws that discriminate people based on gender. And if they don't actually have a problem with gender based standard. Sorry, that's just a fact.
But you've chosen to defend yourself and your existence through a lens that not only gives ammunition to people like Crowder, but also very explicitly excludes people who don't meet your standards. Again, passing out an attractive.
Here's the thing.
She never said you have the power to be attracted to be valid as a trans person. She never said that. She only said that you have to attempt transitioning, right? Because she talked to like a trans woman in Malaysia was so afraid of who couldn't come out as trans, right? Had to live, right? And didn't know how to transition, right? And like couldn't really get away, right? It's like right. And she doesn't say, "Oh, you're not trans because you don't cannot transition." We never say that about that trans woman. It's like, oh my, that's insane. Like, why does he project? He hasn't watched her videos. He doesn't know what her beliefs are. What the fuck?
At the end of the day, and I'm going to sound very far left activisty here.
I'm ready. I love it. I'm here.
Everyone bear with me. You are a cis person explaining to a trans person what trans is and shouldn't be. That's what's happening here. You're telling me that I should let go of the notion that there is a medical component to being trans. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pretend as if medical intervention wasn't absolutely necessary for me in being trans and every trans person I've ever met in my entire life. I'm not going to pretend.
Well, that's because you use a different definition of trans.
I'm not going to pretend as if there's not a neurological link to feelings of wanting to be the opposite gender. I'm not going to pretend there's not a link based in a misalignment that was in my brain from my birth, whether it be from hormone imbalances in the womb or anything else. I'm not going to pretend like that doesn't exist simply so people.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Nobody has said that.
But you're saying that
There are people who actually said that. He might not have this time, but there are people who have said that. He basically always says, nobody thinks that, nobody says that there's someone who thinks anything. He's proof of that because people can be very, very dumb.
I shouldn't use any of those things that I just said, the brain, hormones, any of that, gender dysphoria, any of that. You're saying that I shouldn't use that to try to explain why people should probably not be a dick to trans people. And for me, I think it's the best possible
do you know
argument.
what it reminds me of? Well, it's not.
1 second. Please, 1 second. I think, in my opinion, it's the best possible argument than just saying we take everything at face value and you just say that you're trans and that means that you are. Having said that, I know for a fact that a lot of people who identify, I don't know about a lot, I know people that occasionally identify as non-binary who eventually come to a point where they say, that's not actually what I am. That was kind of a middle road to me understanding that I'm actually trans and I'm going to transition.
Yeah, let them
and
do
I
that,
think
fine.
that is 110% valid because for a while, and people probably have seen the pictures of me as a teenager, I never called myself non-binary or use any labels like that, but I definitely existed in a place where I was like presenting very ambiguously, and some people thought I was a woman, some people thought I was a man. And I eventually came to a point where I realized I was just a boring binary trans woman. So I understand that. My only contention with it is I don't think it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing, but it falls under the same umbrella.
It's not the same thing, and so we shouldn't use the same arguments. Or
no, you don't have to use the same arguments. You just have to use arguments that don't exclude other people.
You don't actually. Why does he insist on having this so-called umbrella? Like, if it doesn't benefit transsexual, then why should transsexuals go along with it? It doesn't make any sense. Just let them be the way they are and let them advocate for their own thing. Why does they have to be the spokesperson for other people who aren't even transsexual? Right? If she doesn't agree with the trans umbrella, then why the fuck does she have to associate with it? She didn't see
it's part of the socialist belief that everybody is exactly the same. So she's a member of that group, so she must be no different than anybody else. You know, so that's why she can be the spokesperson for everybody, according to him. It's so deep written, this kind of extreme collectivism in his brain. So of course he's going to put that kind of solution on the table.
Yep, you are correct.
It reminds me a little bit of when people were like, "Hey, listen, you shouldn't be homophobic. Gay people can't help it. They were born that way. They can't help that they're like this." It's a way of very paternalistically assigning them legitimacy in a way that
an amazing argument. That's an amazing argument. Saying someone
wait, really? You think that's a good argument to defend the respectability of gay people? To say they can't help it?
Yes, the best possible argument to someone who does not understand being gay is to say, listen, I was born this way. I'm not going to change, so please don't expect me to change.
The correct argument is that all people are legitimate unless proved otherwise. And that language ostracizes.
No, everyone's legitimate. Everyone is legitimate, and everyone deserves everything everyone else has. Well, that's a bit of a stretch. Everyone deserves equal.
I'm a communist too, don't worry.
People are very stupid.
Everyone deserves equal opportunity. But I'm sorry, that is the argument that converted a lot of people in this country who were saying
by fucking over other people.
No. By saying,
no, they didn't do that. That's
the argument for the longest time against. And I remember this. Okay, I'm 25 years old. I remember very well the era around like 2006, 2008, and a few years beyond that, where the gay marriage argument was that being gay is a sin, that being gay is a choice, being gay is something you can stop. And honestly, the most persuasive argument has always been, excuse me, I've always been gay. I can't change that. That's something that happened, you know, that's something in my mind and in my heart, and it's not something I can be converted out of.
No, that's like saying don't make fun of a kid with Down syndrome because they were born that way. A person's legitimacy shouldn't be based on whether or not they can help being. No, wait, hold on. You had your time. A person's legitimacy shouldn't be based on whether or not they were born that way. It should be based on them and their existence and the authenticity of one's lived experiences.
Okay, so
No, if a human being is the way they are because of their circumstances, it's not their fault. So you can't judge them for it. If you make a decision to do something with your life, then you can be judged for it because because that's your choice. It's very obvious a distinction there. How can people not see that? It's so obvious. Oh my god.
Wait. Everything that you say right now about trans people and trans medicalism fits perfectly within the worldview of a transphobe. A transphobe
wouldn't accept someone being trans for any. They wouldn't like accept or be accepting, or like, or at least if they are, they would be very, very, oh, they're bad and all that type stupid, bigoted stuff. But that's not what trans medicalism is. Just a way of explaining how people are trans, which is very applicable and make perfect sense.
And watched it. Well, hold on. No, please. You talk for a while. A transphobe can watch Steven Crowder go like, ha, yeah, fucking, they're mentally ill. They cut their dicks off. And you can watch that, and then they can go over to your video, and they can listen to you talk about how transness is defined by a medical disorder
Yeah, but medical disorder doesn't make you bad. Only people who are ableist and transphobic believe that having a disorder make you a bad person. That's bigoted, right? Why does he assume that everybody's bigoted? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. He does that.
Requires medical intervention to treat, and they can think like, yeah, Blair White, she is one of the good ones, I guess. She recognizes it's a mental illness. They can't help it. It buys you legitimacy and a small group of people at the expense of derision, and there is derision against you within your community. I've seen it, but it fucks over the entire broader political space that you're a part of. Capitulating to the sensibilities of bigots has never been and will never be a way of securing progress. It didn't
actually kind of does, because if you can convince bigoted people that you deserve rights, and then they wouldn't stop trying to oppress you. Isn't that kind of like a good thing if you don't want the oppression? And most people who aren't privileged like he is don't want the oppression.
One thing, when I remember his stream of Countdown Killer, he admitted that he supported using violence against political groups like the EDL, even if they are peaceful. EDL, the English Defense League, and others like that.
He would.
Also in America. He admitted that Antifa is doing a great job, according to him.
Yes, he is. Indeed, right? Vaush is the only bigot in this video, and you're also correct, by the way. That's why I'm calling him bigot all the time, because he definitely is. He's too privileged to see it.
Well,
doesn't work for any.
Well, the communists, when they were the ruling class, of course, they thought of themselves as the most brightest, the best, and the most justful people you can ever think of. They were the overprivileged, and of course, they haven't seen that too. I mean, till 1989, when finally they understood that their power is going, it's coming to an end. But trust me, they are deep down inside narcissists. And
because that's like contrary to Vaush's point, is the black man who defended the white supremacists and got them to renounce their ways. That's actually very good, actually. Yeah, you're actually welcome. Exactly, right? That's what I want to do too, right? But these communists are too privileged because they don't have any ambitions. They basically, I just want to not work, right? And then they're like, they don't really have ambitions for family. They have no ambition. They don't have ambition for the world.
One thing's for sure. We would sooner survive under Sharia law than under any laws or any rules of any communist, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so true.
He wants to kill. He wants to kill, and eliminate. He doesn't care that those people have changed or that they can change. No, he wants to physically eliminate. He just didn't say that, but all his speeches, and we can see that it is going that way.
Does that? Yeah, that makes sense, and he makes sense too. Both you make sense. Not Vaush, but the commenter.
civil rights group at any point in history. Gay liberation was not brought about by suited gays talking about how, like, oh, you know, it's just a mental disorder, whatever, we can't help it.
Because it's not a mental disorder, it's an incorrect statement. It's just like a sexual orientation. You can't help that. It's just a part of you, and you can't change it. It might be able to change naturally for some people, because some people might become gay when they're in the puberty, and some people might become less gay when they're in puberty, which is fine. But it's still not a choice. And nobody ever said that. It's just projection. Not what somebody might, but well, technically, people, there was actually in Sweden a woman who because homosexuality was considered to be a disease, she basically said, you know what, I need to I need to call sick for work today. You need to give me money. They're like, why? Because I'm sick. What's the disease? I'm homosexual. And they had to give her money or remove homosexuality as a disease, and that worked. So, wouldn't say never. It actually did work once, but it's more a fun example than a real argument.
It was brought about by queer folk on the left who...
That's not true. The people who were agitating for the rights of gay people were never on the left, because they usually were usually a bunch of libertarians. And stop calling... I hate when straight people are homophobic, because if any straight person calls someone the keyword, like when it's not just for fun and in jokes, if they call gay people that, then they're being homophobic.
Pushed hard in political spaces for their legitimacy. Same with black folk, same with fucking workers and union strikes back in the early 20th century.
The black thing had nothing to do with leftism either. Because you can't do opposite. Opposing racial laws is jobs to leftists, and leftists is all in favor of it. Look at all the leftings in the West, like in Britain. If you go to Britain, South Africa, or America, and also Canada, the left are the ones for race-based laws. The same in America in the past, and the same with the communists in the Soviet Union, and also the Nazi Germany, the socialists. You know, only leftists do this. Because if you're right-wing racist, you would just be private. You would just do it privately rather than do it institutionally.
At every point in history, social progress is made on the backs of people who push against bigotry, not who capitulate to it. And
yeah, and that's the reason why I'm here disagreeing with people on the left who want to take away my property rights and my right to family and my right to everything else that I wanted in my life. And also the right for people to not get forcefully medical treatment against somebody they don't even need medical treatment for. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Not to even a right to make a decision if you want to marry or not, or who to marry.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's important. You can marry. You should do it, by the way, because it's going to benefit you, and it should benefit you, and it would be benefit you in a good society.
Yes, because that's for the MGTOWs if they are listening or they are watching the stream. In a communist country, for example, in Poland, you have to pay taxes for being a bachelor. If you hit the age of 30, after that you are paying taxes for the fact of you being not married.
Yeah, a lot of people basically had that in the past in Western countries too, I believe. And it's hard to bring it, and I think some people wanted to bring it back to countries like Switzerland, but they didn't succeed, luckily. But like, that's like, and also if you look at the welfare state, it's almost like a bachelor tax if you think about it.
And by the way, and to the ones loving mixed marriages, the Communist Party also debated because of the Polish woman should be allowed to marry or not Arab or Muslim men, because many of them have took it as a way to escape the shithole that Poland was back then.
Yeah, were they allowed to make Tartars?
Allowed to make what?
Tartars.
Oh, yes, this minority basically is in the country, so they didn't care much for them. But
okay.
You know, the Middle Eastern types and other outside of this, outside of Poland, it was like a big concern because they figured out that the women take it as a way to escape from there, and can blame them, to be honest, because the life was so miserable that I would also probably would marry a gay man if he would like me, if I would be living in the times.
That's actually kind of true, because a lot of people we're talking about, a lot of people are thinking about, if we had gotten him to marry someone who is gay, just so that we can, like, you know, get to a better place or to get away from oppression, then probably a lot of people more would do it than actually, which is a good thing. It's a very good thing, actually, that we can do that. But like the left probably, it's going to be fun to the left go against that.
Just that it will be difficult because they didn't recognize any rights of homosexuals.
Well, that's true, right? But now people do, so therefore it's a way we can use now to go to different countries if we wanted to.
Capitulating to it, not only are you harming non-binary people and fucking everyone else who you think doesn't fit under the trans umbrella, you're hurting yourself.
Doesn't agree
because
with
you
the
will only
it's a
ever
trans
be a
umbrella. Oh my
dog
god.
to the people who are above you, the Crowders and the Ben Shapiros and the other people who rule your political space.
How the fuck is they above her when she's more popular? No, maybe not more popular, but they don't rule her. She's her own person. People who rule her would be the other members of the Republican Party. No, I don't really rule her either. Technically, the government rules everybody, but like they're not in government. So that's just him being bigoted, I suppose.
Once again, Vaush obsession about controlling everything. I mean, it's in their textbook, of course. So, of course, you think that somebody else rules her, and she doesn't make her own decisions.
Yeah, exactly. It's like so fucking bigoted and stupid.
You will only ever be one of the good ones. No different than Jesse Lee Peterson. No different than Anthony Bryan Logan. No different.
I don't like Anthony Bitch Logan, by the way, but I do like Jesse Lee. He's amazing.
Amazing, true, and I'm just only disappointed that he didn't push on Vaush more firmly and didn't troll him much more. I remember this stream when he said that he hates all conservatives. I mean, Vaush said that to him.
Yeah, I think it's because it's because if you don't love everybody, you hate everyone. Then probably that's why he didn't do that. But that's true. Your point still stands.
Different than any other fucking Uncle Tom who walks in and gets to be one of the good old boys because they capitulate.
Did you hear that?
Bigots, and it's from.
He called black people who disagree with Uncle Tom for disagreeing with him. Oh my god, he's so racist. Oh my god, he's so racist. Oh my god. Oh Lord, that's okay. I know Jesse doesn't believe racism.
Of course, he is. He's keeping up the traditions of his comrades.
Did he call other people bigots after using racial slurs? Oh my god, that's fucking rich. That's so rich. Oh my god, oh my god, that's crazy. Jesus Christ, his ego. He's so dumb. He's so hypocritical. Oh my god.
Frustrating to me because I don't think you're like that. I think that fundamentally you're scared of losing that tiny grasp of power you've been able to get, the social legitimacy you've earned in the public space.
Projecting again.
Yeah, he basically, because you're trans, you need to do it out of fear because you are, yes, he is, because you are not having power. Yes, he does. He's just being bigoted towards her.
You've traded for that. There's been a cost.
Can I respond, please?
No. There's nothing
for a
yet to
while.
pay.
You can respond.
I legitimately believe that explaining to people that I was born this way is a solid argument for why I should probably not be fucked with, bullied, and mistreated. The same way that I think that was a legitimate argument for gay people. I think it helped a lot of people understand, of course, I'm not going to be a dick to someone who can't help that they're gay. I think that's legitimate. I really, truly do. And with the line of thinking that you're explaining, it sounds as like you would view a Rachel Dolezal just as valid as any other Black person, just on the basis of her saying, I am Black.
They then
without pointing to anything to back it up. And I don't think that you would really think that.
Do we want to... We can talk about why transracialism and transgenderism aren't like comparable theoretically, if you would like to.
Well,
no, they're definitely two incredibly different things.
There's something we all agree on.
However,
everybody
it's the same thing to say we are accepting someone exactly as what they say they are just because they say it.
Yeah, because gender is 100% a means of identity. It's never existed. There's no biological basis for gender. That's nonsense.
What? This just mean then all the people
did I hear his disavowing of and disregarding of biology once again?
Yes, he did. Man, because I don't know how it's a Polish language but most languages don't have two words for sex. You need to have one for both because it's the same thing in other languages. The only way you can distinguish it in English is if you say sex is what you cannot change and gender is what you can transition towards. Otherwise, there's no distinction. Otherwise, they're the same thing. Right. And it's basically a linguistic tool to explain how people are trans.
But let me tell you one story, because I have to tell you that I mean, it is traditional by them, the disregard for biology. But let me tell this about botanics, because one leader of the Soviet Union that I liked actually, because he was more he wasn't that stuck up, but that's it. But he had the stupid idea of planting and I mean farming corn under the polar circle, and I'm not kidding you. And they did that. Of course, the corn freeze, and it was rock solid. But of course, he wanted some way to get a higher rate for crops in the Soviet Union, because according to the joke, of course, and it was true, that Khrushchev was a magician, because that was his name. Because he planted the crops in the Soviet Union, but he harvested them in Canada. No, he imported, basically, because there was a big fail and disaster. Not to mention wanting to plant cotton in the desert also. So, with that kind of a tradition of disregard for biology, of course you're going to get that kind of a denial that actually sex, that there are only two genders, man and a woman, and biology doesn't mean anything to those people. They thought that they were going to basically rule over nature. It was once in a few.
Yeah, but that's because they think language and power defines reality rather than the other way around.
No one believed that. No one believed that.
I think racism means of identity as well. The difference is someone who is born black and is black. It's different than saying, I live my life as a white woman, but now I am black.
The difference is that gender is typically regarded as a way of processing.
Your set of experiences, the way that you're treated, the way you move through the world, it is all so different that it cannot be compared, which is my only argument for why my set of experiences, the way I'm treated, and the way I move through the world is very different than someone who is not a transsexual. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, but nobody is saying that they are. I have never heard a non-binary, non-gender dysphoria experiencing person go on to say...
No, but
they still say they're trans.
That we...
Not insisting. You are both trans by the definition of trans. You both fit under that. On a linguistic sense, you are objectively both trans.
If it's linguistic, it's not objective. Like, words are just words. And if you can define words however you want them, you define it in a really stupid and useless way. That's not objective at all. There's nothing objective about it. He doesn't know anything about anything. Holy fuck, how dumb can people be?
Right, but I personally resent that in the same way that a lot of Black women would resent saying that linguistically, because Rachel Dolezal says I am Black.
But no, they're different. You're doing the reactionary argument. You're saying, oh, you can identify as a woman? Identify as a dog then. You're saying that any means of self-identification is equal. No, you are. You're saying, well, if gender is just identity and there's no medical component, then why can't you just identify as Black? It's the same bad faith argument they make. And we can talk about the difference between transracialism and transgenderism if you want.
Because I promise you, I am coming into this with nothing but good faith and with my allegiance and my goals. Literally, my entire goal with everything I do in my career is to help normalize trans people.
Okay, well, my argument would be, I would have two arguments for the difference here.
I'm going to finish my sentence. And you definitely, as some other people do, have an issue in the manner in which that I do it. But it's a very hard sell, and it's very hard to convince me that it's not the proper way when I see it firsthand. When mothers of trans kids come up to me in person after events and say, I'm going to treat my trans kid like a human being now because of what I've seen here. So for me, I can't see myself dropping the medical component of being trans.
Yeah, but that's capitulation. You just described that. There's the same, Black people do the same thing. Like, wait, do you know Anthony Bryan Logan? He's like a Black conservative. He thinks like the KKK wasn't that bad.
Yeah, he does that because anti-bitch Logan's an idiot, and that's why people like Triology calls him out. But like, capitulation is like, how the fuck is some stupid guy saying the KKK wasn't that bad, even remotely comparable to she using biology to explain how to convince a mother to accept her trans child, who is basically not just a kid, it's still a teenager or adult, right? And also, like, he said, oh, you're capitulating. Even he doesn't care that it like leads to people being accepting of trans people, because he basically say, oh, but because they're just a means to an end.
He doesn't give a shit about acceptance. He wants his revolution to go. Actually, not revolution. He's grifting.
Exactly. It's like they always believe this, right? And that's basically what I'd like to say, is that if like the way I identify myself is just valid as I identify as other and how other people identify me. Use language to identify things, and you define the words you're using, right? I identify people due to my language that I have available, and to the knowledge I have available, just so they identify themselves. I'm not more or less valid, correct in my identification of other people than they are in their correct identification of themselves. I may be more correct, maybe less correct, but that's not what matters.
What about who?
Anthony Brian Logan. He's a black guy on YouTube, a conservative. He's probably had quite a few people come up to him, and they've been like, hey, you know, I thought all Negroes were like disgusting and like stupid and low IQ, but you've shown me that you're pretty good. And then they'll like shake a hand. That's basically what you're saying. No, because she doesn't do anything like Anthony bitch Logan. And also, she's helping other people. Like, how the fuck is like, he doesn't even know that. How the fuck does he know that? It doesn't make any fucking sense. He doesn't want to turn report USA. Okay, fuck turn report USA. Like, I don't know what else to say about that. I think we can all agree. You're getting tepid, lukewarm, conditional acceptance from a group of people.
It's not lukewarm acceptance for someone to say, I'm not going to kick my trans kid out of the house now. That's not lukewarm. That's life-changing.
But the non-binary kids, huh? They get yeeted. No, that's because there's no reason to identify as such if you don't, because it's completely like invented, right? It's nothing to do with reality. That means that you can identify as such. Why would you identify like that if you can get kicked out? No, it doesn't make any sense. It's not real. If I were going to identify as a retard and then it called me kicked out, I wouldn't do it. It makes no difference in their life anyway, so what the fuck? Yeah, pretty much.
No, absolutely not. I think it's disgusting to kick your trans kid out or your child out for any reason. I think it's disgusting how there are people in this world who are truly reprehensible people, thieves, rapists, murderers, who have family acceptance, and trans people and gender nonconforming people can't have even a fraction of that amount of acceptance. I think it's disgusting. I would never say I think that non-binary people or people who identify as any of the things we've talked about here, I think it's unacceptable that they would be treated badly by anyone.
But they are because of you.
And I know they are because I lived my life as a gender nonconforming person for a very long time. I used to have a purple mullet and I used to walk around the house with glitter boots. Like, I know that. Like, I totally
Me too, comrade. I get it.
But like technically, and everybody's a little bit in the gender non-conforming. It's like you can be a gender non-conforming man or a gender non-conforming woman, but you're still a man and a woman. Like, if I don't conform to gender expectation, I'm technically gender non-conforming, but I'm just a guy because a man is an adult human male and a woman is an adult human female. I don't have to conform to anything. I can be a gender non-conforming man, or someone can be a gender non-conforming woman if they want to. It doesn't like change their gender at all. Of course, people are bigoted towards people like that, which can be often be bad. But like, yeah, I just have to say that it's kind of important.
I get that. And I had family treat me very, very badly for it. However, I just think it's so different that it's frustrating when it gets conflated.
Well, nobody is conflated. They are both. I mean, it's not a conflation if they're both by definition trans. If there are people out there who are saying lived experiences of non-binary people are identical to the lived experiences of transsexual people, such
because there aren't
as yourself, I would argue against that easily. I would have an easy time arguing against that. But I have not heard people conflating. What I have heard is rhetoric coming from you.
I've heard a lot of it. But what I will say that I think the most useless thing we could do really is go back and forth about definitions, to be honest.
Share a point.
For me, I'm really approaching this just in a real world kind of aspect, which is that the lived experiences are so different that when I'm arguing why someone should be okay with people like me, it doesn't really, it's so different. And I think that non-binary people should be able to argue for all of those things on their own accord without saying, I'm the same. I mean, listen, just a real world.
I'm not asking you to stand up for non-binary people. I'm asking you to not step on them on your way up.
She is.
The Matrix guy next to me on the Vice thing was born a male, dresses as a male, presents as a male, and wants to be included as the same thing as me.
No. Again, no. You keep using dishonest language.
Actually, he said that he's trans as well, and she said no. So yeah, he said that. He said that one thing they said was the same. He might not have said transsexual, but he said trans, which is incorrect. Because it makes no fucking sense. The word is meaningless at that point.
They don't want to be included. They are trans.
That falls under the T. I'm sorry. That's dishonest.
No, it's not. No. But Blair, I'm sorry. You're both trans.
But she said his definition being useless. That have nothing to do with reality. It's just semantics. So, I gotta define these group of people as being this, so therefore you are that way. And now you can't argue against it. Well, then I'm gonna identify his as being a retard and identify retards as him. So now we do that. That's how the bad argument is.
No, we're not. That guy.
You are. No, I'm sorry. Trans literally means identifying as a gender other than that which you were assigned at birth. You both fit that definition equally well.
That definition is younger than I am. Look at me. Like, this is a definition. It's just semantics. That have nothing to do with objectivity, and it doesn't even make sense to like the origins of language, because the term comes from trans, which means the other side, which is different than just identifying as something else.
You know,
I have to go over this.
Now, I mean, now I know why Styx didn't want to debate him. I also wouldn't want to.
It's just about word. It's just about, I define this word as this way. It's like defining yourself in correctness. That's basically what it does all the time. It's like makes no sense. It's so dishonest. It's absolutely retarded.
Well, how Styx said about the leftists, it's pointless to debate them because they debated themselves and lost, and it's true.
That's so true, actually. I'm gonna wrap it up soon so it doesn't get 4 hours long.
I don't know why you're so insistent. Just say they're trans, we're both trans. However, I am transsexual. I have gender dysphoria. This is a distinction that's recognized in lefty circles too. I don't know why you're pretending that, like, by acknowledging the fact that you're both trans, that one of you is like usurping the other's social power.
Why does he have to acknowledge a definition that doesn't make sense, that he doesn't agree with? He doesn't defend it. He basically says it instead it's correct. That's not like proving your correctness. That makes no sense. You can use words however you want, but if you use words differently, then that's up to her.
I think the problem is abbreviating transsexual and transgender into trans, because I think that's what makes everything connected. I think that would be the thing, is if we all stop saying trans and we really just say out the full word. I think that's the problem.
That would help.
Because if I was not on that panel and Raquel, the other trans woman, she had the locks, and I think she was dressed in blue. If we were not
the one with the big hair.
Yeah, I think if we were not on that panel and it was just the Matrix guy and Jamie, and the term trans was being used to describe everything they were talking about, that's a problem for me, because the only two transsexuals that were on that stage were myself and Raquel. So I think really the problem is we really.
So you have to shit on them? Why?
They are the one shitting on her. They are the one looking her. They're the one making transsexuals look bad, right? Not the other way around. Like, they basically, oh, we are trans, right? And then like people are like, oh my god, trans people are retarded, right? Which is not true, right? And then people are gonna be like, oh my god, trans is so stupid. And then people go at her, another trans. It's like, you believe in weird stuff because you say you're trans. Oh my god, you're so retarded. Oh my god. And all the things so fucking dumb. Exactly right. Or we can use scrap having all these letters because they have nothing in common anyway. Letter for N. That actually would be kind of funny. But technically, like, I can attest to this because I went to university in Europe, right? And then there was one person identified as trans who was a communist. He was basically just a cross-dresser who had a lot of chest hair, I might add, right? But dressed as a woman, right? And had a male name, and then and had a male voice, right? And then he used the term transplaining at one time when he spoke, right? And there were no other trans people there, right? Who could like. So like she had a very valid point because I was on Discord with a trans person actually. So, but like, and that was kind of like that was funny because I like her. She's a good person. The girl I was on the phone with. So it's like, yeah, he's had to mention that. I felt like it was relevant.
No one's shitting on that.
You are. The trans medicalist rhetoric, in addition to being technically incorrect, is also exclusionary. You've said that it's good for like appealing to a broader
transgender, and so I think it's important that we start getting in the habit of saying transsexual instead of transgender. That's something I've tried to do, but I've spent so long saying transgender that I go back more between the two. I'm going to start saying transsexual because I would very much like it to be clear to people who do not understand trans people that the difference between a transsexual and the Matrix guy sitting next to me who was born a man, presents as a man, goes through the world as a man. Very, very fucking different.
Yes, there are differences. However, you are both trans. The fact that you resist this so ardently is evident to your bigotry.
This is just semantics.
But why can't you just say,
oh my God,
we are both trans, but we have different lived experiences because of my dysphoria. So I think that I add a valued perspective where they cannot. That's totally valid.
Why does he have to acknowledge if he doesn't believe him?
The only dysphoria that this guy has is probably in his skull. Nowhere else.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Blair speak, and then I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon because it's very late.
because I feel smoke coming out of my ears. The longer I go to hear one more thing from Vaush, and probably it's going to be a meltdown.
I'm gonna end it with. Oh my God, there's so many viewers. Okay, I'm gonna end it a little bit later. Soon we're gonna end it, right? But I'm gonna hear a little bit more.
The livingest libcuck on earth would not shit on you for that take.
Okay, then that's probably the take that we should probably all start using. I think we need to really differentiate between transsexuals and people who fall under, for a while it was the trans asterisk label. Then I guess I'm not trans asterisk, I'm a transsexual, and I think that's an important distinction to make. And the other thing is like, that's a very important distinction to make for like every transsexual I've ever met in my life. So and I'm not trying to be offensive here, but the majority of people who argue to me that the Matrix guy who was born male, presents as male, and goes through the world as male is the same as me, the main people who argue that is really people like you who are not trans.
No. This is a very you both meet the medical definition of trans.
I don't think transgender is a medical definition. I think that that's a political definition.
Right, the linguistic definition, then the etymological definition, the philosophical definition. You both mean it. It doesn't matter if I'm cis or trans, and I don't believe that my gender identity makes me any more or less right here. I'm not ignoring your lived experience.
No,
it doesn't, but I just think it's worth noting that it's never transsexuals trying to keep everything under the same term. So I think
I've got a lot of trans people in my community, like thousands of them. For some reason, I collect them. I have no idea why. And they are very much in line with my perspective on this, that the trans medicalist lexicon is a means by which trans people are not only derided, that their existence is justified only through suffering and medical intervention, but also that it's invalid for binary people.
Does he kind of realize he kind of debunks himself there because he said, "Oh, I know a lot of trans people." Okay, how do I know? He said no transsexual believe it, and he said before that not all trans people are transsexual somehow, but then he said, "I know a lot of trans people who." No, then he said, "Not all transsexual believe it because I know not of trans people who don't believe that." It's like, by his definition, right? Then none of them might be transsexual. They might all be non-binary or gender fluid or like trans with an asterisk, right? None of them might actually have dysphoria. None of them, like, because according to his definition, they're all trans apparently. So he doesn't he can't see how extremely flawed his logic is. No, of course, he's very retarded.
Well, the guy that read Marx and does and don't want to disavow or drop it. Of course, he will not.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Now I'm gonna. No, we end it soon, but not yet.
I don't think our existence is justified only through
I'll be
suffering
back
medical.
in a moment.
No, I don't think that's true. I won't want that.
Well, gender dysphoria, I would unquestionably call that like a form of suffering. It's a medical illness.
I think to varying degrees, but I also think that being someone who's on the other end of transitioning, that suffering doesn't exist for me. So,
and that's good, and I want everyone to be able to experience that, even non-binary people who may not be fit within the binary but still experience some kind of gender dysphoria.
If you have dysphoria, you want to be the opposite sex. You have a different nervous system. You can still identify with whatever you want, but you will still be a transsexual.
And I think non-binary people who experience gender dysphoria are likely to be those individuals that I spoke of earlier, who kind of see non-binary as like a middle point, and then they eventually end up identifying the same way that I do. And I think that that's valid. But I have an issue with people who experience no dysphoria, and the Matrix guy is a perfect example. Like, I have an issue being conflated in the minds of the public as being the same thing as that.
I don't think people do. Maybe listen,
yes, they do.
maybe no, maybe in right-leaning.
He just did that. Oh my god, it's so dumb. So the self-awareness is ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sake, guys.
Circles, yes, because right-leaning people don't understand nuance, but in the left-leaning circles, we recognize that difference.
But we understand nuance, and we are apparently in the right-leaning circle. By his definition, we definitely are, right? So, what the fuck is going on here? This makes no sense.
Yeah, they understand it so well that they are getting lost in that forest of those differences that they are making up. Making up, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? You and I are the same in a respect. We're both human. You and they are the same in the respect.
But if we're specifically having a discussion like the BICE panel in the context of LGBT issues, when I say my name's Blair and I'm trans, the next person to me who was born male, presents as male, and goes through the world as male says I'm trans. How do you think that translates to the people who actually stand in the way of like trans acceptance and people who don't get it? They're like, okay, so if that one's trans, then how is that one trans? I think the problem is
capitulating to bigots.
No, it just makes the terminology to be completely useless for most normies in society, because most people are not going to get how someone is non-binary, because it makes no sense. The only describe is that they say that they are. That's it.
That's what you're describing right now.
No, I have an issue with calling everyone who doesn't understand trans people bigots as well.
Well, maybe this is a definitional thing. I set a very low bar for bigotry. I think most people are bigots, so I stand by that.
The definition of bigotry is something loosely like an intolerance for people who believe other than you. And I think actually there are certainly a lot of those when it comes to trans people. I'm not denying that.
Like the entire Republican Party.
However,
including Caitlyn Jenner, who's a Republican candidate. What the fuck? Oh god, he's so dumb. He said, "Oh, I see nuances," and then he basically made a blanket. That's like saying that I believe all Democrats are child murderers. No, I don't, because Tulsi Gabbard wants abortion restrictions, so they aren't all like that. I'm not gonna. He's like nuances. I don't.
I think that that's also a generalization that I think is incorrect. I will also say that I think that there is an equally large amount of people who don't have bigotry towards trans people, but genuinely do not understand it. And maybe don't care to understand it. Maybe they want to understand it, but just don't get it. Because I think there's a statistic like less than like 5% of people in the country know a trans person in their life. It's a very small amount. And I think what really helped sort of spearhead rights and equality for gay people, even though things are not perfect, was the fact that like most people know someone who's gay. I think that helped
That's
a lot.
true.
I think that when you know someone who is, I think it helps you be kinder and more understanding. So I think there's a lot of people who just don't understand trans people because they've never met someone like
But the thing is, you can make the same argument for every other civil rights thing. Black people back in the 1960s don't organize and fight for your rights. That scares the white folk. What we need to do is we need to dress real nice, and we need to go out there and we need to put on our best accents, and we need to show the white folk that we ain't a threat to them. This is...
Yeah, if most white people are racist, that they might have been, I don't think they were, but let's say for the sake of argument, then wouldn't being very like that to disprove the racism make it so a lot of people who say, oh, racism, realize, oh, it's bad to be racist, and then oppose racist laws. So that's a good thing to do, actually. Because unfortunately, people are unfortunately the mercy of the majority, which because I don't like democracy. And therefore, they have to fortunately do this. But I would prefer that people just had all property rights. But he doesn't want it because he's a communist, so...
I mean, I joke now, but these are identical lines of thought. They're comparable.
Except not, because when have I said that we shouldn't be organizing for our rights? I've never in my life stated that.
Well, sure, but you regularly shit on leftist trans advocates who disagree with your trans medicalist perspective. You do talk against people who organize in favor of your demographics' political interests.
But she doesn't have to agree with it. It does not make it her political interest. So many groups of people who disagree within the group what they should have, right? That doesn't mean that anybody who speak for the group of people would have the support of the group of people. Not all people want property rights for everybody, but I want them for everybody. So that's a group of people who don't want what I want for them, even though I see that would be best for them.
I have never stood against the rights of trans people in my life. I have never said that this is a right and that trans people should not have it. I have never in my life stated that. That's just literally not what I do. So I don't really know.
Wait. Maybe we can. I think we can bring this in hard. Okay, you believe that gender is the same as sex, right? Or you don't?
No.
Okay, cool. So we both agree that gender is a social construct?
No.
I think it is partially socially constructed, but I think that we would be amiss to not acknowledge that there are some aspects of gendered behavior that have biological links and are biologically came to be. But I think that a lot of aspects, especially in regards to superficial things like clothing and who enters the door first, and a lot of things are socially constructed for sure, but I don't think it's fair to say all of it. And I do think there's a difference between gender and sex.
Well, okay, good. What would you say is a non-socially constructed aspect of gender?
Let's see.
The body part.
I think
the neurostructure.
Sort of men steering more towards being dominant in a relationship or sexually is definitely biologically linked. Obviously, there are very dominant women. So that's obviously not entirely, but I think that that's biological to an extent. I think that's evolutionary.
Do you agree there's a social component to it as well, that men are like socialized to be like big?
No, for sure. I think that it's reinforced by society, but I think it came about to be through evolution.
Okay, I think we're gonna end it there because we have gone on for too long. I'm just gonna finalize, and that is that. Okay, the main distinction between the term sex and gender is that it's basically a linguistic distinction that exists in English, exclusively in English. Doesn't exist in any other language I am aware of, and I do understand a lot of other languages. It's the same term for sex and gender. He completely arguing from a perspective of English and only English. Because I know in Swedish, Afrikaans, French, and Breton, Spanish, it's just one word for sex and gender. The same word.
Same in Polish, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. That makes perfect sense. I think the same in all languages, because the only useful distinction sex and gender in English is to say that if you are a trans person, you transition medically, right, like she has done, you cannot really change your sex, right? You cannot you still have male biology. You still be biologically male, but with female hormones, right? But you can still change your gender because you transition and you are the opposite sex in the brain, and therefore you then a gender transition. So therefore, she'd be a woman, right? She's a woman, right? She's trans woman, a woman. But like her gender is a woman, and a transgender man's gender will be a man, right? But a transgender woman is still biologically male, and a transgender man is biologically female. And a cisgender man, cis means the same side, so we are just men who are male, normal, and women who are female, normal, right? Cisgender woman, right? And trans means the opposite side, which means the sex is on the opposite side of gender, right? They just use the terminology used to explain validity of transsexuals, to explain how they are the opposite gender. But when we to other languages, when we speak this, right? Yeah, it's true, right? But she has the hormones, so therefore the gender transition is basically just like doesn't have to be all the surgeries, right? But as long as you transition and you have the dysphoria neurostructure and you present as the opposite sex, that's qualifies as a transition and you just change your gender, right? People say, "Oh, the socially constructed." I'm like, she has the neurological component of a female. That's what makes her trans, right? You can say the neurological part of sex is the gender, right? But in other languages, you would basically say this: someone could be neurologically female and biologically male if they're trans, and then transition to be presented as female, and therefore their neurological sex would be female. So this basically is just a semantic thing, and the left defines everything according to language, not according to reality, because they're fucking stupid. So I think that's concocted the end of this thing, and yeah, I think I'm gonna end it all there now.
By the way, there is this short clip of Vaush, endorsing what? 7 seconds.
I think I can share that one. That'll be fun. This is gonna be.
We can end with that. Crown.
That's a good idea. I was thinking of doing that. I was thinking of doing that, but then I was like, should I do that? Nah, I shouldn't. And then I was like, you saw it. You know what? Okay, fine. Let's do it. This is gonna be hilarious. Just gonna take a while for me to for my computer to stop lagging. Oh, but you can say something in the meantime, just to me, while I'm trying to fix it.
Okay. Well, you have seen the display of a communist mentality, the way he talked with her, the way he conversed with her, and listen, thankfully he has got no power, because if he would, Blair would be gaslighted and convinced even by brutish torture and force that he is in the right and she is wrong. And if she would still overcome, endure it, he would sign the papers for her that she admitted that she's wrong and that she's guilty of this or that, and would be punished by the state.
Yeah, go on.
You just seen his behavior without power for now. Imagine if he would have it.
Exactly. Now I go because like when you look to like society, when you look to like, he basically just define all the ways. Oh, I define this way, and that means I'm correct, which is like dumbest argumentation ever. It's not really argumentation. Basically, it's like statements. Okay, now this is gonna be funny. We end with this. When it starts.
I can wait.
Should consuming child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%.